Good morning. The Planet Forward Summit will begin in 5 minutes. The Planet Forward Summit will begin in 3 minutes. Please take your seats. Our program will begin in 1 minute. Our program is about to begin. Please silence your cell phones. Thank you, and we hope you enjoy the summit. Extreme heat, access to healthy food, rising tides, shifting landscapes. These are wicked problems that require urgent solutions. Around the world, there are researchers, companies, and advocates doing their part to move the planet forward. But it's not enough.
No more excuses. No more waiting for the others to move first. There is simply no more time.
Your words can transform our world. Data informs. Characters inspire. Images show the public exactly what's at stake. The story is yours to tell. Welcome to the 2024 Planet Forward Summit. Solutions for survival. Storytelling and creativity to save the planet.
Hi, I'm Katrina Green. I'm Delaware native. I'm part of the Indigenous Youth Climate Resiliency through Public Policy program. If you're able to, please stand in to honor and acknowledge the traditional territories on which we gather today. Before we dive into the exciting discussions at the Planet Forward Summit, let's take a moment to acknowledge and pay our respects to the Piscataway tribe, the original stewards of this land we gather on today. For countless generations, the Piscataway people have nurtured and protected these lands, waters, and resources. We honor their deep connection to this place and their ongoing contributions to our shared environment. As we come together to explore ways to create a more sustainable future, let us remember the Piscataway's rich cultural heritage and the importance of acknowledging and respecting Indigenous sovereignty. May this summit be a space where we learn from their wisdom, build meaningful partnerships, and work toward a more equitable and inclusive world. Thank you.
Now, please welcome your host, Executive Director of GW's Alliance for a Sustainable Future and Planet Forward Founding Director, Frank Sesno.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing? Awesome. Enough coffee? No? There's never enough coffee. Some of you were at the event last night. How many were at the event last night? How was that? For those of you who weren't, we heard faculty who are doing amazing research to answer some of these problems. We heard incredible insight from Senator Chris Coons, who is the co-chair of the Senate Climate Caucus, who actually said, you know what, there's a shred of hope for bipartisan progress in all of this. And we had an incredible performance by the GW Choral Singers, 43 voices, singing a place called Sacred Place, which is what the planet is and why we're here and the stories we all have to tell. So I like to start when we do these things with a little shout out for the different schools we've got in the room. We had registration this year from a ton of schools. So who wants to start? Where are you from? Schools? SUNY ESF. Where else? Where? All right. Who else? Oh, okay, that's a good thing. Welcome, George Washington. Where? Eckerd College. Mississippi? Middlebury. All right. I know that school. Welcome, welcome. So we're really delighted that you're here. We want you across the day to get to know one another and the people who are here from other schools, other students. Could I ask that we have a lot of media professionals in the room who work in the business and who've offered to talk with you. So if you're working at the university level, at the professional level, I was just talking to somebody from PBS, could you stand so that people can see who the media pros in the room are? Okay. All right, you'll be seeing them on stage and elsewhere. Look at that. All right, so if you're interested in the business, if you've got questions about how it's done, If you're thinking about a career for yourself, feel free to go up to people over the course of the day and make yourselves known. I'd like to thank our sponsors and those who provide support for you and for us. We've got an incredible group. You're going to be hearing from some of them throughout the day. Our friend Mark Shields is here today from Walton Family Foundation. Walton helped fund a series of stories that we've done. Several of the students in the room, our contributors and correspondents, have done it on water, a focus on water. Once upon a time, nobody thought about water in this country, or they didn't think nationally about it. In places, of course, they did. But now this is a rare resource, a valuable resource in too many places. And in others, we have too much of it, or it comes too suddenly. And so this is some of the things that we're trying to focus on. Walton does a lot of funding of environmental journalism. And in fact, I'm going to be co-authoring a piece with them on philanthropic support of environmental journalism, because this is actually helping to put coverage into communities so that communities can tell their own story about what's happening. So thanks to Walton, to Lindblad, to Dell, to Adobe, to all these incredible folks who have helped us, to Ford. Artelia Gilliard is here. You'll be hearing from her to make this possible, because this would not be possible without everybody else's support. I also want to thank our advisory council, the Planet Forward Advisory Council, an incredible group of people really committed to this. They're former students, they're current administrators, and professionals. And finally, I want to come to our themes this year, all right? Solutions, creativity, and storytelling. Right? You're going to be hearing a lot of that throughout the day. But before I go any farther, I would like to welcome the president of the George Washington University, who's committed to sustainability, to creativity, to storytelling, and especially to solutions, Ellen Granberg. President Granberg, thank you so much for being with us today.
Well, hello and good morning, everyone. Thank you, Frank, so much for your very kind introduction and for your continued leadership as a GW faculty member, school director, founder of GW's Planet Forward, and now the executive director of the Alliance for a Sustainable Future. And I think many of you who know Frank have probably had the same experience I did. He was the first faculty member I met after I was announced as the new president of GW. And I knew there was this gentleman I was supposed to meet, and he was considering the possibility that he might lead a new initiative, but he wanted to meet me first and make sure that we clicked. And I walked in the room, and Frank was there with our provost, and in 2 minutes, I knew he was somebody that I would be so honored to work with. And I know many of you have had that same experience. So Frank, thank you for everything you're doing for our planet and for our university and our students. It is such a pleasure to welcome all of you to the George Washington University and the 11th Annual Planet Forward Summit. The depth and range of experience in this room today is really remarkable, and I thank you all for taking the time to join us and for adding your voice and your perspective to these important dialogues. I'd also like to give a special welcome to the many students joining us today, both from GW and beyond. I know that all of us, from our faculty, our staff, and our leadership team to our invited guests and experts, are inspired by seeing such a talented and passionate group of students assembled to lead the next generation towards a more sustainable future. At the George Washington University, we are driven by the idea that bold and innovative solutions can solve society's greatest challenges. And right now, there is no greater challenge than that of climate change and sustainability. Throughout GW's classrooms, labs, and more than 60 research centers and institutes, we are producing multidisciplinary research, driving policy change, and educating a future generation of leaders and change makers who have the skills and knowledge to move our planet forward. For example, just last night, as Frank said, we celebrated GW's new Alliance for a Sustainable Future. This groundbreaking initiative carries a platform for the entire GW community to work with partners across the globe to develop storytelling that shares real insights into the challenges of climate change, to be leaders in law and policy to course correct our future, and to design and implement innovations and technologies critical for building a more sustainable world. So I am so excited that we are hosting that alliance, that Frank has agreed to lead it. And I'm particularly thrilled that the Planet Forward Conference is here again, because this, I think, was the original idea that brought us to the Alliance and that allowed us to begin to think about a bigger and broader platform as we join with you to build a greater world, a more sustainable world for our children, our grandchildren, and their children. So I am delighted that you all have come to be with us today, and I am so looking forward to what comes out of this 11th Planet Forward Summit. So welcome, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, President Granberg. I'm going to bring out a colleague here in just a minute, but I just want to say one other thing. Story. Why does story matter? Why do we come together to think about this? It's not just story if you're a journalist or a filmmaker. If you've got an idea and you're taking your pitch to a venture capitalist, if you're a scientist and you're trying to get funding, if you're a community organizer and you're trying to get people to understand and follow you, communicating, conveying, capturing a mood, using data, elevating character, all of these things are vital tools. And one thing to keep in mind about storytelling, we're going to be doing a lot of this today, there's a lot of noise out there, right? There's a lot of noise that you're competing with. There's a lot of mis and disinformation out there. So if you have a smartphone or a tablet or a computer, if you're working or participating in any organization, you're a storyteller because you're connected. You're doing it almost by definition. If you do it well, that can make a huge difference. And so we'll be talking a lot about that. Couple special welcomes. I think the Provost of Middlebury is here, Michelle McCauley. Michelle, where are you? You in the room? She was in the room. I saw her earlier. You'll be seeing her. Cherno Chamin, Provost of Johnson C. Smith. He may be joining us a little bit later too. And Mark Lichtenstein. Mark is here. Mark is the Executive Operating Officer, Chief Sustainability Officer at SUNY ESF. So we've got some really remarkable people, and they'll be coming and going, and obviously some of them are here now and some not. The other person I'd like to welcome is my colleague, Dr. Imani Cheers from the School of Media and Public Affairs, and a fellow traveler in the Planet Forward. So come on, Imani. Hello.
Can I get a hug?
Can we do that?
Yeah.
Are we allowed? Okay,
Get a
great.
hug.
I know you wanted to talk about...
We're talking about stories. Well, I'm back. I will say that. I missed last year.
Where were you?
Well, I took my son, Isaiah, to Paris to see PSG play. Yeah, I'm that mom. So he's a big Lionel Messi fan, a big Mbappe fan, and so I apologize for missing, but...
You joined us via, we had a
video.
little clip of you, but you're back now, and that's
back. It's been a
great.
decade, so
That's
I couldn't
great.
miss it.
So we got a lot of panels today.
We do.
And we want to kind of give you a little bit of a roadmap to where we're starting.
Yeah, so today we're going to talk about everything from reporting from the field, using data to find shape and narratives.
We're also going to have a panel that looks at telling stories that involve complexity, data and science, and how images, pictures, video can help pull some of that out.
One of my favorite sections, we're going to meet the students from the Indigenous Correspondence Program, which if you haven't heard about them, if you haven't seen their work, you are really in for a treat.
Over lunch, we'll hear from the brand new executive director of the Society of Environmental Journalists to see where that storytelling is going.
And of course, my other favorite, StoryFest. We're going to look at the winners, we're going to talk about people.
Prizes
we're going
are
to
right
share
over there
stuff.
next to my
We have
coffee cup.
prizes,
Who would do that?
all sorts of things. So stay tuned.
This afternoon, we're going to have a special Ted Turner screening. Ted Turner founded CNN. We have the Ted Turner Professor of Environmental Media here now because we raised money for that. So we'll have a sort of a premiere screening of this new film, Blue Carbon, which will be on CNN later. You'll be seeing it first. You'll hear from the director and others.
Tomorrow's workshops are going to give us all a chance to really dive deeper. First of all, we're going to pay attention to the tension, and we're going to set intention, figuring out ways we can transform conflict for social change.
Netta Evaneri is here. She's been doing research on tension and conflict, so you'll figure how you can use that very deliberately in the stories you tell, because it can be a tool, it can also be a problem. We'll do another workshop that we're calling Conveying Complexity, and we'll have an incredibly interesting role-playing exercise in that. I'll talk some more about this, on how you can work through and then communicate creating a marketplace for ocean plastics. And we're doing that with Dell, which is doing really interesting work in ocean plastics.
We have another workshop looking at making waves, communicating water data to advance sustainability.
And finally, science and action filmmaking, journeys of exploration and discovery. Some other things too, but those are some of the highlights.
Yeah, and we are super proud of the student stories submitted this year from around the world.
Around the world.
Around the world.
Around the world.
Around the world. For those who might remember, even from our first Planet Forward Summit, amazingly, we were in East Africa, and now this year we have amazing stories from West Africa. So is Beverly here? Hi, Beverly. How are you? Please stand. From Cameroon. She's going to share some of her amazing stories. Do we see, is Farron here?
Where's Farron?
Right here, he might be backstage, who's from Guam, traveled an incredibly long distance, almost 24 hours to be here, so we're very excited. And we have a Planet Forward correspondent, Wole, shout out West Africa, Nigeria. Do I see
Wole in the room?
Not yet. Not
Okay.
yet. He's still coming. He's on the way. And so we also have a number of other finalists. And so let's see who.
Well, before we get to the finalists, I
here's
just
the
want to
group. I got
put
excited.
all the Planet Forward correspondents, indigenous correspondents, please stand so we can see you.
You're here?
There we
Yes.
go.
Hi.
Correspondents, indigenous correspondents.
Round of applause. Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. So just take note of one another and come back and chat, and can't all sit together all day, so we'll mix you up.
Network.
All right. Should we do the finalists?
Quickly.
We want to shout out
We
the
gotta
finalists
go,
very
yeah.
quickly.
So let's see. Well, we know Wole is not here at the moment yet. We have Charles Hansu from Middlebury. Is Charles in the room? Not yet either. Okay. How about Mickey? I'm 0 for 3. But Mickey Garrity, University of Minnesota, 0 for 4. That's okay. I'm not offended. Libby from Middleburg Institute of International
Libby's
Studies.
here. I saw Libby upstairs. Maybe you're still
Libby's
getting coffee. Okay.
Yep, okay. And Katie Russell, she just
There
came
she
over.
is.
Katie,
All right,
yes.
stand up, Katie.
From George
All right.
Mason University.
All right.
there.
Eva
She had a
Chalura
shorter commute.
and
That's what
Andrea
I'm gonna go with.
Pedamonte from GW. Darian Benally, stand as I call your name. Darian Benally, Northern Arizona University. Abby Liebert, SUNY ESF. Delon Lee,
Yes.
University
Woo.
of Connecticut. Aya Mahana, George Washington University. Mason Owens, University of Colorado Boulder. Astrid Rodriguez, Northwestern.
Avery Davis, GW. Des Lewis, FSU, Florida State. Jason Marin and Daniel from Arizona State University. Celeste and Kate from George Washington.
Abby Burgess, Beverly Endefoyne. Micah Seidel, Farron Tejeron. Najoni Talas. Stand up if you're in the
Yes,
room.
we acknowledge if you're here. We have Laura and Sachi from UC Berkeley, Skylar Kim from University of Connecticut, Emma Montgomery, Texas Tech University, and Chris Zatteran, University of Arizona.
And Kimberly Blevins, Sitting Bull College. Reagan Johnson, SUNY ESF. Maggie Liddell, SUNY ESF. Joy Reeves, Duke University. Owen Volk, SUNY ESF. What's this SUNY ESF thing
They're
going?
doing a lot over there.
Cameron Umack, Middlebury College. These are our finalists from this year, everybody.
Woo!
Give them a round of applause.
Very, very excited. Very, very excited. This year's topics, we had amazing submissions. So our special focus was on water. How many? 30 stories
We had
published?
north of 30 stories the students and others did on water. From right here in DC's backyard, where indigenous organizations are working to protect the Potomac, so you see that, to the Sonoran Desert in Arizona, where increasing temperatures are driving serious problems about drinking water and other water availability. And we started something, Planet Forward this year, which is an advice column from students to students about how to deal and consider what's going on with climate change and all the rest. And one of them, right here, Chambers Miller, gives readers advice for mitigating water usage and conserving water.
Environmental justice stories, my favorite, telling across the wards in DC, tribal communities, young and seasoned activists. really excited.
So what we're going to have today is a series of conversations up here on the stage, things we're going to do with you, the audience. We're going to have a great lunch and a lunch conversation. So why don't we get going with that now? Get us off the stage and others on the stage.
There's more interesting people right there.
All right. So time for our first discussion now. And I'm very excited because this involves one of our favorite people, Caitlin Yarnall, who has the best job title in the world. She's the Chief Storytelling Officer for the National Geographic Society. Okay,
That's so
doesn't
cool.
get better than that. And she's going to talk with some of our favorite students.
And really talking about how do we represent place in our stories? The video, the sound, characters, a sense of being there. We're going to hear how these student storytellers tried to connect what they saw, heard, and experienced in the field and what they wanted to convey to our audience. Also, the challenges in deciding what to keep and what to leave on the editing floor.
Right. So as you hear this conversation, we're going to do this as we go through. We want to help you think about what we're trying to take from each of these discussions. Think about place. Think about when you've been someplace. What do you see? What do you visualize? What do you hear? How can you pull those powerful elements out and incorporate them into your story?
So here we have Farron, University of Guam.
Farron, Owen Volk, Libby Moon are going to be joining us on stage. And please welcome Caitlin Yarnall. Come on up.
Hi, Frank.
Hi. Hey.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. It's a full house. It's exciting.
Very.
Yeah? You guys ready?
Yeah, absolutely.
Ready. It's good to be first. All right. I think we had some video clips that were supposed to play before we came out, hence our little hesitation. So I'm going to ask the booth. Nope, we're skipping videos. Perfect. Okay. You all are going to have to just ask these fine people to see the videos later. But before we really dive into more about your stories, well, actually, this will get us there. I'm going to start with something that I always start with my team. And I don't think anyone in this room works for me, which is good, because they would all roll their eyes. But anytime anyone on my team has ever come into my office with an idea, I always make them succinctly give me purpose and audience. You want to do anything? You got to tell me why you're doing it and for whom, right? So I would love for each one of you to talk about your video that we're here to talk about, your story, purpose, and audience. Why'd you make it, and who was it for? Libby, you want to start?
Yeah, sure. I love the why question, actually. That's even just why I'm writing stories in general, and why this story that was about Patagonia and tourism there. It's because, one, I really want to share my experience with others and share a sense of place. That's connecting people with other people, and connecting people with place is a really big mission of mine and a value of mine. And so this platform with Planet Forward is a perfect way to do that. I've been really grateful to be able to write stories, and my audience, I would say, is people who are interested in the environment and want to learn more, but I also would love to have an audience of people who want to, who maybe don't know if they're interested or not, and they just want to read these stories, and I can bring in this message. So those are some of my reasons.
Okay, so you want to celebrate the place,
Yes.
right? Connect people to it. Yeah, there we are. Connect people to it, and your audience is environmentally minded, curious, right?
Yes.
Perfect. Owen.
All right. So my story was to highlight water conservation through the car manufacturing process. We had an opportunity to go and visit Ford on an exploratory journey. And the purpose of the reasoning that I did that was I think water conservation is incredibly important, and it's one of the least talked about issues when it comes to car manufacturing. Audience, I think, obviously Planet Forward, but through that, I think people who care about the conservation of water and the issue of how we maintain sustainability through water usage mostly is the audience that would be captured by this video and taken by that information.
Perfect. And Farron, how about yours?
I want to answer that second one first. For audience, my audience is very simple and clear to me. Off today, everyone, I'm from Guam, and my audience is Tautau, the people of the land, the people of Guam, and people with ties to Guam, and in particular, the kind of people who wouldn't be in this room. So there's a lot of us kind of, forgive the expression, preaching to the choir. I'm trying to bring more people into the room, so the people who would not ordinarily hear the types of messages we have to share. And so my purpose, my why, very Simon Sinek, by the way, to start with why, is being born and raised on Guam and being a member of the indigenous population, being Chamorro. I have this lifelong infatuation with my island, and I just can't get enough of it. And I see there's, like everywhere else, there's a lot of issues, invasive species, climate change, human-caused degradation, and so on. And it's just not on our radars because we're not taught it in school, or we're not paying attention in school. And so I want to make those things, shine a light on those things, the good and the bad, and try to get people's baselines up so we can be better stewards of our land.
Perfect. You all passed the test. Purpose and audience. Great. Now, I have a couple degrees in geography, so place really matters to me. I fundamentally believe that all stories have to have a good sense of place and rooted in them, fictional, real, otherwise. I love that, particularly you, Libby, started with like, I want people to fall in love with this place, right? I think when we think about storytelling, people often assume that character has to be a person, right? Maybe an animal, but it can be a place too. I'd love to hear from each of you about how you wove place into your story. How did you give a sense of place? And talk a little bit about character development, whether it was a person or was the place your character?
I think that for this story in particular, you know, maybe there were various characters because I did include two people who were giving me lots of good information. And I really find, normally when I am writing, I'll end up writing and using kind of descriptive words, and sometimes it just kind of feels right. I'm like, yes, that really encompasses what I felt this place was. But also that can be subjective. So using photos is, I think, another great way. But this time I played around with also video clips. I tried to do audio clips as well, but it was so windy, you couldn't hear anything, which is probably for the best because I was trekking and I was breathing really hard and, you know, so for the best. But I think those video clips actually were fantastic, creating a sense of what the environment was like at the end of this, you know, really kind of famous hike, it's the longest one I'd been on also. It was, you know, windy, there were lots of people, and then at the end, there was a forest, and it was just beautiful. There was the wind blowing through the trees, the sun was filtering down. It was this sense of calm and peace. And sometimes I forget, you know, to film those moments or to take pictures of those moments, but I remembered, as you know, is my responsibility as being the storyteller. And that was one of my favorite parts of this piece as well. So I think that had ended up being a really good way. And the other thing I'll say too is when representing other people, I found that you know, sharing a photo of them that they're comfortable with and in a background that they feel like is representative of them as well has been a really nice way. My favorite picture from that whole piece was of Tomas Rodriguez, and it's just him standing there with the mountains in the background.
So even the characters, you're really weaving into that geography in that place.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So Farron, I want to go to you with the same question, but when you gave us your little introduction, I got a sense that you wanted to show a sense of place or the geography that most people don't think of, don't see. Is that correct? And
I cover the full spectrum, so I try to use myself as a conduit, as a character to connect people with the places that I go to. I'm a big free diver, so most people can't hold their breath and dive to these sunken ships like 100 feet deep, for example. And so I'll try to have my face, which has become a familiar face in my community. I'm going to use a little dirty word, influencer. And so I've kind of become a local influencer, sorry. And I'll try to use my own self as a connection to these places. So I'll have a kind of a bunch of selfie shots. And then as much as possible, for example, when we're doing cleanups, we started a group called the Guam Extreme Cleanup Crew, and we're all divers, climbers, hikers, or drone pilots, and we'll rappel down cliffs and pick up trash on the cliff face or at the bottom, and then climb them back up or fly back up with the heavy lift drone sometimes. And so these are recognizable areas, either from being in that particular place or another part of the island where it's visible. And as much as possible, I try to show people's faces in the shot to show like, hey, I know that person. Let me ask him or her about it and their experience being there. Because I've been there before, but I never noticed this part of it. Or, yeah, there has always been so much trash, but it's looking better now. And so I try to not just show the places in isolation, let's say. I try to show that we are part of that nature, and that nature is a part of us. And so I try to show that those things working together, people and place together.
Interesting. And Owen, your place and your story, your setting is much more urban, right?
Yeah.
These two are talking about natural beauty and shipwrecks and mountains. How did you make, or did you make, your setting a compelling place?
So I surely tried. Overall, I mean, when you think about it, there's so many different car companies, so many different people to focus on. It's all over our world. We all use one. Well, most of us use one. But I tried to really hone in and focus on the plant in Dearborn and what they're doing specifically. I did have a chance to talk to one of the head engineers and got a lot of really good information out of him on the sustainability practices and that sort of stuff. So I tried to it was more multi-leveled. I tried to take it from the larger big picture and work it down to a smaller level where I was able to talk to one person about Ford as a company. And yeah, it was an interesting way of trying to spin the compelling character to the narrative. But I think I was able to do it pretty well, so.
Perfect. Yeah, and I think that's important too for everyone to know who's thinking about stories, is that place doesn't have to be Patagonia, though that's great if it is, right? It can be somewhere inside, right? And so thank you for doing that.
Yeah, of course.
I'm hearing that we can show the videos, show the clips, and I'd love to do that because I want to then transition into a little bit more about the process. You've given us the why and the where and for who, but let's take a look, and then I want to talk about how you edited. How did you get it short? Okay? So can we cue? Anyone?
When public health equals planet health. This is my friends and I freediving to collect and dispose of marine debris. This is a bunch of us scuba diving to clean the seafloor of part of a sailboat. This is us clearing a popular hiking trail from fallen trees after a super typhoon. This is us using a dolly to hike illegally dumped refrigerators out of the jungle. This is us rappelling down a sinkhole to get trash up and away. And this is us rock climbing down a cliff to pick up garbage, sometimes with the help of a big drone. It's going away. Goodbye!
Thank you, Farron. So I'll stay with you and then we'll go to the other videos. I like what you said about, almost sheepishly, I'm an influencer, people know who I am. I know that doesn't play well in the journalism with a capital J crowd, but I think it plays well in the storytelling crowd, right? It is how people are consuming media. It is how stories are relatable.
It's an unfortunate reality.
or it is what it is, quite frankly. And I think you make, why fight the system? Use it, right? But from an editing perspective, how do you choose how much of you is in there versus other people versus the place versus the process? How do you keep that balance right?
It's a very organic flow. I've been making videos for a number of years, and so I kind of just have a feel for what to shoot, when to turn the camera on. Sometimes I will prep and have an idea of some shots I want to get if it's my first time coming to a thing or doing a certain thing. And then in the editing process, I want to try to show as many faces as possible that aren't mine, but of course also show mine, just so if people are scrolling and they see my face, my audience sees my face, they know like, oh, this is one of his videos. I want to see what's going on. I try to show new perspectives basically to everything and everywhere I go, everything I do and everywhere I go. So for example, many people have been to most of those spots, but we kind of accept them as they are. For example, that first shot with getting the tire out from underwater. People are born and raised, that's under a little pier off of the southernmost village, and people like learn to swim there. And so they've seen these things growing up, and they kind of just accept it as normal. And I try to challenge people's understanding of what is and isn't normal and why it's normal or not. And so it's like, hey, there's a lot of trash. We are capable. Let's do something about it. And so I always try to acknowledge people's current perspectives of a thing, and then try to introduce my perspective on it as a conservationist.
Very cool. Can we have the clip for Owen, please?
Water filtration is honestly the best way to go forward. With the new facilities they're building, older infrastructure at where we make a lot of our vehicles, maintaining that equipment and being vigilant about it on a regular basis, which has been successful, hence the 72% water reduction over 20 years.
Very good. Owen, how much did you expect your audience to know about car manufacturing going into this?
Not a lot.
Not a lot. How much did you know?
Not a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of really good information came out of this trip, and now I'm very fascinated with the process of building EVs and cars in general. So,
I think that's an interesting editing challenge in your case, right? Is how do you, I would say, shoot the middle in terms of people who know nothing about car manufacturing and those who may know a lot, and how do you include basic information enough basic information so that the advances really seem like advances, right?
Yeah.
Did you think about that? How did you balance that?
Yeah, so going into it, my thought process was collect as much information as I possibly could and then whittle it down into that balance. So I went in, there were certain, it's not fully released yet, but it will be being released next week. Once it's released, there was a stat that I was able to find where it's something like 69,000 gallons or 39,000 gallons of water go into car manufacturing process. Sorry, I don't remember off the top of my head.
Per vehicle.
But per vehicle. So just being able to collect stats like that and then take it and find ways to weave into your video process of what you think the most important information is and how it can affect audiences is kind of just finding that balance.
Cool. And let's move to you, Libby. Can we have Libby's clip, please? Okay, so we're going to scroll through your pictures here, or are you showing video too?
It's some videos, some pictures, but you can still, we can chat while they're in the background.
Yeah.
It's a little different from theirs.
A little different
I
from
wasn't
theirs.
quite to that level of
That's okay.
videography.
There's no shame in a still photograph. Yeah. Some of us have made quite a brand off of that. But, I guess for you, Libby, you know, it's editing is editing, and editing is hard. You talked a little bit about this of when you chose to take still photos, when you were doing audio, when you did video clips. Can you talk about not necessarily a process in the field and those decision making, but then when you were building your story together, how did you decide, what to use where, and how did you think that through?
Yeah, similar to Owen, I just was taking a lot of content here and there, not knowing where it would be put in. And one of the difficult parts was, at first I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna do all of Patagonia. And that was way too big of a scope. So definitely narrowing that down based on also the information I was getting, which was a lot around this hike that I was going on. So that worked out really well. I also had this vision of doing, a picture, the kind of like Instagram photo that everyone sees, and then you zoom out and you see what it actually looks like with all of the people there too. And just taking videos of the walk without anyone there on the way up, and then on the walk down where it was just a traffic jam of people having to stop and wait for everyone else to come up. And it's like this grueling end of the hike where there's just like, you're just sweating, you're trying to get up, and you have to stop and like let everyone else walk around you. And I think, so capturing everything and then trying to figure out what to put in. I tried to put in as much as I could about the hike itself. And about that experience to try to give the audience kind of a sense for what that was like. But for the content kind of beforehand and the information beforehand too, it was tough to kind of pare down and get to the main key points I wanted to talk about. And then the photos, I really also chose the ones that had more of like a wow factor to them to grab the audience as well.
Smart, very well done. Okay, we just have a couple minutes, so I want to end with a question for all of you. Owen, you said your piece hasn't even been released yet. Your students, this is obviously a learning exercise, right, and part of an assignment, but once this gets out into the real wild world, or some of you have, what do you hope, if any, impact is made with these pieces? As succinctly as you can, what if we're here a year from now and you're like, remember Libby's thing, it did this, what would that be?
It allowed others to travel into places they either revisiting or places they haven't been, and it made them think about travel in more of an environmental sense and a cultural sense, and how to kind of reframe even your own personal travel.
Owen?
I would say that I hope that it just gets people interested and involved. Obviously, it's not something that's really often talked about, and like just making, like hopefully someone sees it, gets interested, and then even from that, leading to activism to make sure that sustainability continues forward in a really important sector of life. So.
Farron?
For me, in our fields, we talk a lot about conservation and science communication, and I'm hoping to start to transcend that into inspiration. I want people, my community, to feel like they have to recognize the powers that they do have and use it for the good of our island and our planet.
Those are great aspirations, and I'd love to check back with you all as these stories push forward into the world. And really, thank you all for sharing the behind the scenes of your stories, for sharing your stories. It's hard. It's hard to let people in. It's hard to put your work out into the world, and so thank you for that. And I see huge, big futures for each one of you. So thank you all.
Thank you. That was wonderful. I'm going to Guam if anyone wants to come. I love scuba diving, so that'll be fun. Thank you. I'm really excited. So we are moving on to our next panel, our next conversation, and I want you all to think, how do storytellers think about and incorporate framing into their stories? Frames in environmental storytelling can be built around hope, despair, loss, innovation, and the future. Some say doomsday stories amplify urgency. Others say they're actually counterproductive because people will lose hope and a sense that they can't do anything about the situation. Some believe that innovation can gloss over the complexity or severity of the problem. How do these seasoned storytellers think about how they frame their stories? In our next discussion, I want you to listen about how the author controls how a story is framed and how you, as storytellers, can consider different framing before deciding which is the most compatible with what you're trying to communicate. Please welcome Jessica Stahl.
Thank you so much. Wow, this is so exciting to be here. We have a fantastic panel on this discussion coming up in a second. I'm going to give some brief remarks first. I will try to be very brief because there are some fantastic people coming up, but I am so excited to be here to talk about this topic. As the editor for creative storytelling at GRIST, which for those who don't know, GRIST is a nonprofit independent media organization covering climate justice and climate solutions. So as the editor of what we call creative storytelling, this idea of framing is something that I think about basically all the time. This is my job. So when we talk about framing a story in journalism, typically what we mean is just like, how are we going to tell it? What aspects are we going to focus on? What do we want a reader to take away? How are we going to put all the pieces together, all of the reporting together to tell the story that we want to tell? At GRIST, we're particularly focused on telling stories about climate change that are sort of often left out of mainstream coverage, that go beyond the big picture narrative of just like, this is really huge and scary, which it is really huge and scary, or the kind of overwhelming, just like we need to get away from fossil fuels, which like we really need to get away from fossil fuels. Both of those things are true. We need news coverage of those things as well. But at GRIST, we're also always trying to ask, who does this impact and how are we telling their story? And that's not just getting comment from people in frontline communities, but really centering their stories and their voices, which I think of as kind of flipping the sort of so-called traditional approach on its head. It's not just kind of getting one source in there, but really taking it on to understand how the climate crisis is affecting us, who it's affecting the most, and what really matters to the people who are being affected most. And in a way, this idea of kind of flipping the traditional narrative on its head, that drives our solutions focus as well. We talk a lot about how do we move beyond stories that just talk about the problems, that just talk about what people are against, and get into what people are for, what we could have instead. What's the world that we could build towards? And where does this already exist? And then examining those solutions with the same level of journalistic rigor that we bring to any other story that we tell. So it's not just swapping a negative frame for a positive one and kind of putting on our rose-colored glasses, but really taking a nuanced look at how solutions are unfolding. And I say all of that to just point out that an important part of framing starts with not just how you want to tell a story, but that idea of what stories you want to tell and why. And I was really, really excited to hear that I'm now repeating what Caitlin said in the previous panel, because I think that is so important and it carries through kind of every piece of the journalism we do. And that question of why are we doing this and for whom, that's what really, really interests me. Because I think often we let our thinking become too narrow when we talk about framing. We're talking about choices that we might make within a sort of predefined box. Like we're asking, what's the lead, what's the nut graph? But that's starting from a particular assumption about what the story is going to become, that there is a lead, there is a nut graph, it's a particular type of story. But if we're asking why are we telling this story, who's it for, what do we want them to get out of it, how are they going to receive it, we can end up with really, really different answers and really different types of storytelling. So I'll just give this one example. We just finished holding a series of listening sessions in Georgia as part of a project we're doing on Georgia's Public Service Commission, and all credit to the wonderful Lindsay Gilpin at GRIST who ran these things. But when you do that, when you go out and talk to people, what you really quickly discover is that most people are never going to seek out like a 5,000 word magazine feature on grist.org, right? They don't care about your like parallax scrolly telling, your map that like zooms as you scroll past it. If we want to create something of value for them, we need to think about like explainers that are easy to share in their Facebook groups or their neighborhood listservs, printed materials that can live at community centers, maybe radio spots for local Spanish diaspora radio stations, a WhatsApp digest group for community leaders, right? It opens that much wider, and that's what's so exciting to me about this question of framing. We can ask the question not only how are we telling the story, but like Caitlin said, why and for whom? And that allows us to work towards telling the story that needs to be told in the way that it needs to be told, and doing it both for and with the people that we're telling it for. And with that little bit of setup, let's get into this fantastic panel and bring in some other perspectives. So let's get Tyler and the rest of the panel up here. Oh my gosh. This is kind of a great mug.
Yeah, it's such a good mug. All right, guys. Thanks for joining us on the panel today. I'm going to introduce myself, and then we'll kind of go down the line a little bit here. But my name is Tyler Hickman. I am going to be moderating the panel today. I am a graduate student at the University of Colorado Boulder studying journalism. I'm also a Planet Forward correspondent. Just wrapped up my correspondency earlier this week with my final story that I published. And I'm also a 2023 Storyfest winner. I got to travel to Iceland with Planet Forward and Lindblad Expeditions for an amazing experience, and I'm really excited to see all of the finalists this afternoon.
Well, you all just met me. I'm Jess Stahl. I'm the editor for creative storytelling at Grist.
Hi, I'm Rachel Frazen. I cover energy and the environment for the Hill newspaper. I'm also working on a book about a class of toxic chemicals known as PFAS.
And I'm Jesse J. Holland. I'm the Associate Director of the School of Media and Public Affairs and a longtime writer and author.
Great, great. I'm glad that we have such an eclectic group of journalists here. We really kind of cover a lot of bases with the mediums and the outlets. So I'm really interested. I wanted to kind of start with how we determine a frame for a story based on your background. Take me through that process. At what point does the frame start to develop for you, whether it's during the reporting or after you've gathered all the information? And what are the factors that are most driving how you decide to tell a story? If we want to start with you, Jess.
Yeah, so I think as I just hinted in what I was saying, for me, the idea of framing starts before you're ever telling the story. And it kind of starts with what are the values that you're bringing to the types of stories that you want to tell, who's the audience that you're telling it for, what is that audience telling you about what they need. And then that kind of sets the tone for the rest of the reporting process, which continues to refine your frame, which I think sometimes can refine all the way until the last moment before you're going to publish it. You can be tweaking some of that lead. But I think if you're not starting before you ever even hit the reporting, I think you're missing an opportunity to get the right frame for the story you're trying to tell.
I would say similar. I think if you're working on a breaking news story, you just try to get the most important information at the top and then sort of do, your classic inverted pyramid style, get the who, what, when, where, why out there, and then get into the smaller granular details that, if somebody's only reading the first couple sentences, you want to get them the most important information. For a longer form piece, I very much agree with what Jess said, keeping an open mind, but also having some idea of what the story is, from the jump.
One of the things that I emphasize for both authors and journalists is that you have to keep in mind that journalism is not stenography. We can't say everything. We're trying to get the information to people who need to read it. So when we're thinking about our stories, we also have to think about which ways will our audience consume this news? What is a way I can bring this information to someone in a way that they'll accept it? Because having all of this great news means absolutely nothing if nobody's listening. So your frame has to also take into consideration who you want to read the story and how you're going to get them into the information you want them to have.
I think that's a really interesting point, and it kind of leads into what I wanted to talk about next. And you mentioned this a little bit in your presentation, Jess, about the story with Georgia. I know Grist is well known for making these big, beautiful, aesthetically pleasing, scrolly-telling stories, but
is that a real word, or do we just use that internally to Grist? That's what we call it.
I think it's a real
Okay,
word.
good.
We're going to make it a real word. But it's not, it's not always what people need to see. And I think that a lot of times the things that we're trying to communicate aren't reaching the right people. I wanted to talk about how an audience can really influence a story frame and how you decide to tell a story when you're trying to reach an audience that isn't normally going to be, isn't subscribed to the Grist newsletter or isn't going to be logging onto the Hill to read the like hard journalism style that you use.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great question. I think it is the question. And the answer, unfortunately, it depends who that audience is, right? So we've done some projects at Grist, and I used to run a department at Grist that was all about bringing climate news to people who are news consumers, but not climate news consumers. And that's a particular audience, right? So we were thinking about how do we tell climate stories kind of through the side door, start with a story that somebody might read and sort of gets them to climate. So one of the things that we did as part of that project was what we called the Climate Future Cookbook. So this was a series that we did about food and the future of food and the impact of the climate crisis on agriculture and food consumption. But we told it through essentially recipes. We made a cookbook. And that was obviously going after a very, very different type of audience, but the idea was like, can we take people who are interested in food and who might consume like Eater or I don't know the name of any food influencers, that's not my area, but you know, somebody who reads those types of stories where it's like, here's my personal story and then here's a recipe that relates to my personal story. Can we reach that kind of person with climate coverage? And that was a really fun project that I think worked. We didn't take it all the way to the end, but I think the end of that project could have been like printing out that cookbook and bringing it to farmers markets. And so something like that is really exciting. I think a very, very different type of audience is like local news consumers who are interested in what's happening in their community or should be interested in their community, right? And for those audiences, we're thinking a lot more about how do we work with local partners who are already reaching these people. So we have partnerships with a lot of different public radio stations, a lot of different local newspapers, and we're working with those partners to craft stories that fit with how their audience consumes information. But then the sort of third pillar of that is the community engagement, like I was talking about, where we're trying to reach people who are really not news consumers or who consume in a very specific way. And that really, really has to start with listening to those people and what they have to tell you about what they need and how they get information, and then crafting our stories to their needs and their consumption patterns. And that is, you know, local neighborhood Facebook groups and listservs and trusted people within their neighborhood. That is much more information heavy than it is kind of like feature beautiful. You know, that is not where you do this scrolly telling project, but really listening and figuring out, you know, how do we fit into the consumption patterns that are already happening. It took too much time on that answer, so I will leave it there. Talk about that forever.
So the interesting thing about The Hill and covering, you know, energy and climate for The Hill is that most of our audiences might not be there to see that climate story, right? They might be there to, you know, hear about, you know, the Trump legal saga or, you know, the latest election polls. And so I think a part of it is just grabbing people in from the jump. Writing a good headline is huge, and luckily it's not just me on that. We've got a lot of good editors who make me sound more interesting than I am. No, this is all very interesting. So that's a big piece of it. You know, a lot of it is also social media, both, you know, for the platform for The Hill, we've got, you know, social media that is not my area, but, you know, we've got a lot of good social media people. And then, you know, also, you know, as a journalist using my own personal social media, as, you know, people who follow me on Twitter might be more interested in, you know, that climate and energy news and more likely to click on it. So I think using your own, you know, social media accounts and also having your colleagues cross-promote is a big one too, you know, because I like to celebrate my colleagues when they do good journalism. They like to celebrate me when I do good journalism, so.
And one of the things that we need to think about when we're getting ready to craft the story and deciding our frame is going beyond what we're comfortable with. I mean, I'm a longtime wordsmith. What I do is work in words. But when I want someone to read a major project, I have to think beyond just words. I have to play around with social media. I have to figure out video. I have to figure out audio. I'm teaching myself drones now because I know a fabulous drone footage at the top of a story will make someone who would not have stopped to read the 2,000, 3,000 words I wrote, that'll maybe make them interested in getting into this story to see what this video was actually about. So when we're crafting our stories, we also have to think about not only who our audience is, we also have to look at ourselves and find out what we're comfortable with and go beyond that. If I want Gen Zers to read something that I write, I know I can't just throw words at them. I'm going to have to look at how does this translate to Snapchat and Instagram? How does this translate to social media? What kind of video can I get with this? It's something we, especially us older journalists, have to get around our heads in that words aren't enough anymore. The reporting itself isn't enough. How we tell the story, how people receive the story is what we should be more interested in, the final project, not just what we're comfortable doing.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point, trying to reach people with a frame on social media is so much different than writing a book, which I know that you have written several of them. And we spoke about developing that frame and having that mindset going into the reporting. But I can imagine that when you're taking on a project like writing a book, that frame can change sometimes. And can shift as you start to talk to people. So I'm interested, I would love it if you could share an instance where, and we can start with you, Jesse, that frame that you went into kind of shifted as you started to talk to people, as you started to dig into history or documents, if you could give an example.
Well, one of the worst things that can happen to you in your life is that you make a plan and you realize your plan's absolutely ridiculous once you're halfway down the road. But honestly, that is what happens. The advice I give authors is, for some writers, writing any project, they sit down and words just flow out of their heads. I have to make a plan for this to work. So my advice is, if you're thinking about writing any type of large project, it's like putting 2 addresses in Google Maps. Your starting point and your end point. But you have no idea what roads are going to be blocked. You have no idea where it's going to divert you to because you haven't taken the journey yet. We have to make sure that we're not so rigid with our ideas that this is the frame I have to use. This is the way I have to tell the story. Because you have no idea what you're going to find. You have no idea what information is going to be correct. You have no idea of what information is going to be available to you. You may find something that's better. The absolute worst thing that's ever happened to me in my writing life is I had to throw away 20,000 words in a book. Because I started out with the idea of this is what the story was, found out that wasn't what the story was. And so those words, for the project to be complete and accurate, those words had to go. I mourned them. I still mourn them to this day and and one day I'm gonna find a way to use those 20,000 words. But we can't be so locked in on this is the way this story has to be told that we sacrifice the integrity of the project. What our goal is a project at the end that you can be proud of and that your audience can read and learn from.
So when my co-author and I were piecing together our book, we originally weren't doing it as so much of a narrative. When we had first sort of conceived the book, we kind of wanted it to be just sort of an overview, and we would have, different chapters delving into different topics and use storytelling within those chapters, but not necessarily have a broad overarching story. But then we were worried that that wouldn't be accessible to a lot of people, and we are trying to make this story compelling. I mean, it is compelling, and we want to tell it in a way that people are invested in sort of the overarching narrative. So we very much shifted sort of the structure or our plan for our structure for our book from when we originally decided we wanted to work on a book to the time we started pitching it out to people, to publishers. And so, but there was one chapter that we had originally sort of written as a sample chapter that sort of no longer fit into what we were trying to do. And so we had to cut it and, maybe repurpose some of that reporting into other projects and for other pieces. And we're fortunate that we, in addition, sort of have our platform at The Hill and editors who are very willing and excited that we're so excited about this topic and willing to publish some of our more niche stuff. But yeah, sometimes you have to make those tough calls, and as they say, sometimes you have to kill your darlings, and that's okay.
I've never written a book, and I don't. It sounds very, very hard, especially listening to them. But I will just say, what Jesse was saying about sometimes you come across pieces of information that make you have to really change your idea of what the story is. I think that happens with any length of reporting, and hopefully we have time for it in all of our stories. I know we don't always, but we do get in a habit as reporters of just saying like, oh, I just need one person to give me a quote that says like blah, and you go find the person to give you that quote. But actually, if you can listen to that person and sort of spend a little bit more time with them, sometimes it does change your idea of what the story is. I think particularly when you're talking to people from frontline communities or lower income communities who are most impacted by the climate crisis, if you go in with the intention to not just say like, oh, I just need somebody to tell me how bad this is, but to have the opportunity to really listen to what they're experiencing, it can change the story. And it's great when we can make the time to do that, even on our deadlines.
And let me jump in really quickly about something she just said, that Jess just said. One of the reasons why we talk so much about thinking about the frames and the intentions in advance is because you run into time and deadline issues. And it's much harder to think about these things when something is due in 24 hours or 6 hours or 8 hours or a month or a week. This is why we push so hard about thinking about your intention for writing the story, thinking about how you're going to tell it, what methods you need to tell it in advance, because you don't want to be thinking about these things on deadline. Because this is where corners get cut and mistakes can be made when you're trying to repurpose something at the last second when something is due.
I can't. I've had to throw away paragraphs, and that rips my heart out. I can't imagine throwing away 20,000 words or an entire chapter.
Throw away like full stories. Like I definitely have to throw away like entire stories.
Full stories vanish.
It's incredible. I'm just. I have pain. I wanted to talk a little bit about, especially with the editor of Grist here, about climate solutions journalism, and how themes in environmental journalism can also often paint a really grim picture of the future. And you spoke to this a little bit, Jess, about having the solutions, having that voice in the community, looking at the positives. But there is the need for balance, I think. And that's something that I think we emphasize at Planet Forward as well. Can you talk about how you strike that balance in your reporting between the urgency and between highlighting positive initiatives, and how that can influence the way that you decide to frame a story?
Yeah, for sure. And if people here are not familiar with the Solutions Journalism Network, that's a really great resource for understanding how to write about solutions and how to do it with the type of nuance you're talking about. Because I think, while it is problematic to only be talking about the problems, I think it is equally problematic to only be like, these solutions are here, they're great, look, everything's wonderful. Because that is not the case either, right? There's so much technology, startups that you can write about, but are any of those things going to make a difference? We don't know yet. So for me, the approach to solutions is as rigorous as the approach to covering problems. And I think that's what helps you strike the balance. We want to be talking about solutions. We want to be able to focus on what is already out there, what is already starting to make a difference, who's got ideas that are starting to figure it out. but you don't want to just present those things as like, here's the good news. And I think a lot of places that I see cover climate, they have solutions as like their good news, kind of like palate cleanser, and it's sort of separate from the other coverage. And I think that that is really problematic. This is all part of the same story. We have to cover the solutions as real stories and be able to point out, here's what's working, here's what's not working, here's what the potential is, here's the potential issues with that. And you know, sometimes that's really easy to do, and then some climate solutions are like really nuanced and really controversial. Like if you're covering carbon capture, it's a really complicated story, and to just cover it as either bad or good, you're missing kind of like everything important in the middle. And so my whole thing on solutions is like, you have to be including solutions, you have to be talking about what's happening, but you have to be talking about it with the same journalistic rigor that you are taking to covering the problems and telling that full spectrum of the story of where we're at now in the climate crisis.
Yeah, so I think that it's really important to be honest with people about the gravity of the problem. And I think that, you know, we shouldn't let a fear of sort of climate doomerism prevent us from being straight with people and telling them, you know, what a big deal this is, especially for a news outlet like The Hill, where our audience is a very broad range of people who have varied, you know, opinions on even the existence of climate change, right or wrong. It is what it is. So I think that in that role, it is important to be honest with people. But like Jess said, I also think it's important to talk about solutions critically and not just, you know, this is the solution. You need to tell people about the good, the bad, the ugly, the trade-offs, because, you know, some solutions might combat climate change, but they might worsen pollution, or they might, you know, put people out of work, and those consequences are also important to talk about.
We definitely need to have in our journalism a full picture, and that includes the problem and any possible solutions. One of the things that we should ensure that we do when we get ready to frame and talk about our stories is, I personally prefer outlines. Everybody doesn't outline it like I do anymore. But when we put together our outlines for these projects, we should think about not only telling our audiences how severe the problem is, but what type of solutions are available. And we do it in a way where we're, I hate these words nowadays, but fair and balanced.
I really appreciate the insight, guys. I think our shot clock is running a little bit over today, but some really fantastic perspectives on how we frame stories from some incredible journalists. So thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So really appreciate it. The framing thing is really huge, and we can come back on that. So we're going to play a little, we're going to take a break here sort of in the flow of things and do a little, anybody ever go to trivia night or play trivia, right? We might want to do that. We have these books here.
We got books.
Yeah.
Gifts.
So this book is called The Future of Exploration. It was put together by a very good friend of ours, Terry Garcia, who used to be at National Geographic Channel and National Geographic, and is on our advisory council. And this book, it takes you through chapters written by explorers, incredible people, from Sylvia Earle to Jane Goodall to just amazing folks who go to all different places. And so
I saw this too.
Yeah, how did
Anyone
that get
seen
there?
this one?
That was going to be the consolation prize.
Consolation prize?
Yeah.
This other guy wrote
I did that. We thought we'd throw in one extra.
Just one extra? Okay.
So should we do this?
Let's do it.
All right. So here's how this is going to work. If you know, so you don't have a buzzer, like you can't go, but you can raise your hand, right?
Okay.
So if you think you know the answer to the question, raise your hand, and Kim, you can help us figure out where the first questions are, or
No pressure.
First hands that go up. All right, you ready?
Okay, I'm ready. Who was the first person to climb Mount Everest? Somebody knows this. I know you.
There's a hand over
right
here.
there,
There's a hand there. Which was first?
In the back. I saw in the back of glasses.
Okay.
I saw it. Yes, you. You can stand, please.
Wait, here's the mic.
We got a mic.
It's all right. Just shout it out. Go ahead.
Who do you know? Edmund Hillary. Yes, it was. On May. Yes, round of applause there. Okay, thank you. We got a book.
All right,
May
so
29th, 1953.
Right.
Just putting that out there.
Okay.
Got a book.
Let's see. Here's the next one. I need hand
ready?
watchers.
I'm watching.
Ready? All
I'm
right.
watching.
Question number 2. Which park was America's first national park?
Boom, right there. Absolutely.
In 1872, a new law was enacted to protect Yellowstone, which became the country's first national park. The government had more of a challenge with Yellowstone, however, because the land to be protected was part of Wyoming territory, not a state yet, so there was no local government, so they did it anyway. So Yellowstone is the answer.
So American.
All right, congratulations. All right. All right, you get the next one.
How big is the Amazon rainforest?
Oh, we may have stumped him.
Possibly. It was like, it's a guess.
A guess? The number of square miles.
We got a guess. Oh, it's in square miles? Just a guess. 433,360. That's a good guess.
Good number.
That's a good guess.
Anybody else? But
That's
no.
a good guess. Close.
Anybody else?
Kind of.
Nope.
Somebody get in the millions.
Yeah. You're a little carried away there.
It's
but
like Price is Right. Price is Right. Down. Yes. Yes. Green shirt. Sorry.
No.
You're over.
2 billion? 2 million. Did you say 2 million?
Yeah.
Did he say 2 million?
He did. I heard that.
That's close enough.
Close enough.
2.72
Yeah.
million square miles. The Amazon rainforest is the size of Mexico, Mongolia, Peru, and Egypt combined.
It's pretty big.
That's how big the rainforest is.
That's pretty big.
There's a lot to protect the lungs of the earth.
Yes.
Okay?
Am I?
Is the next one mine or yours? I forget.
You go.
Okay. All right, who's watching for hands? Ready?
Watching.
Who made the Galapagos famous, and what book did this person's exploration inspire?
She got one.
And what book?
We got a hand in the back.
Bah.
Hand here.
No, I saw a hand in the back. Origin of Species. You got it.
Darwin, Origin of Species. Well done.
Charles Darwin and the Origin of Species will always be linked with the Galapagos, although he was only in the Galapagos for 5 weeks in, anybody know the year? 1874? Nope. 1850? Nope. 1835. It was the wildlife he saw there that inspired him to develop his theory of? Good. All right.
And as someone who's been to the Galapagos, I agree with everything that he saw.
We're going to the Galapagos this summer.
Oh.
The winners from Storyfest today, some will go to the Galapagos, some will go to Iceland. All right, next.
Who is the most well-known woman ethologist known for research on chimpanzees?
Ooh, that's hard. I don't know. Where was the first hand, Kim?
We got one. We got
I think
folks who are like claiming she did it. I'll give it to them.
Okay,
Right
what?
there. Right there. Yes. Jane Goodall. Yes, absolutely.
All right. Bravo. Jane Goodall
I
was able to
know.
correct a number of misunderstandings about chimpanzees. She's found, for example, that the animals are omnivorous, not vegetarian. They're capable of making and using tools, and they had a set of hitherto unrecognized, complex, and highly developed social behaviors. Now, we just gave away those books, and that's a wonderful thing. But I thought, wait, I wrote this book. All
You
right,
wrote a book.
and we're going to do one of those. All right.
You wrote a book.
And I'm dedicated because it's all about questions. It's about
yeah.
the questions we ask, and we're doing that now. And what the heck? And so, go ahead.
Does anyone know, and this is literally one of my son and I's favorite shows, but does anyone know how old David Attenborough is? Any idea?
Hand
how
over
old he
here.
is?
Nope.
Ooh, I see the gentleman here in the lovely shirt.
97, that's
very
correct.
good. And he turns 98 on May 8th, coming up. And his voice is so soothing.
David Attenborough has created more than 100 documentaries in his life, written a book, and he's inspired the love of nature in lots because of the storytelling he does. So let's do this now. Let's have a little bit of a break. One thing I want to mention, by the way, especially for the GW folks here, that there's a lot that we're doing in our sustainability minor. And as I mentioned, we're kind of expanding some of the graduate programs that we're going to do. Is Erin Carlin in the room? Is Erin still with us? Erin's over here. If you have any questions about a course of study, here that we're doing here, or actually any course of study, if you want to study sustainability. Erin's a resource that you check in with her, talk to her. In any case, here's what we're going to do, a little sort of seventh inning stretch now. If you have to do a bio break, you can do that. We're going to take about a 5-minute break. But here's what we'd like to do. We'd like to invite everybody to stand up, look around you, introduce yourself to somebody you don't know. Talk about where you come from, talk about why sustainability matters to you. Go ahead, stand up, introduce yourself. We'll come back. Don't leave.
Don't leave.
Just talk, have a good time. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Attention, the program is about to resume. Please take your seats.
Imani's here. All right, everybody. Wrap up your conversations. Oh, that's a great idea.
I mean,
Yeah, let's do that. Can we do one of the two of us?
just throwing a
All right,
selfie out
let's
there.
do this.
Is everyone here? Hi, guys. Thank you.
Did you meet somebody interesting? Yeah? Did you make a connection? Do we share a mission here?
Make a
Right?
friend, do a little networking,
Share a story?
a new buddy.
Well, a new buddy.
I know.
Oh, that's
New
always
buddies.
good.
Yeah,
New buddies are good.
I know. Hi, Emily.
So look, one of the best parts of Planet Forward are the storytelling expeditions we take. And you know, we want to highlight this theme for a second and have you see some of the places we've gone.
Which is very, very exciting. So framing stories around, yes, innovation is something we do. Am I on the right
No, you're in
page?
the wrong place.
Right, I was like, wait a minute.
It says here, this last year we went to.
Oh, that part.
Aha,
See,
okay.
it's always, it's highlighted, right? Yep, here we are. This last year, we went to Arizona to research on short stature corn and visit the University of Arizona's Biosphere 2 and Hopi farmer, is that coming up? No, scientist Michael Johnson. I thought it was coming up, it might come up. We'll see.
Okay. We also went to, we mentioned this, we went to, and we're highlighting this because really one of the really cool things is to go with students and to see and to learn and then to watch that, the connections get made and the stories get told. So we went to Dearborn, Michigan, to the Ford F-150 plant, as I mentioned earlier, to learn about EVs, battery technologies, the transition. You'll be seeing those stories coming up in the next week or so. They're, as Owen indicated when he was talking, going through the final approval stages.
I don't edit. And Iceland, with National Geographic Lindblad Expeditions, to visit a place that produces virtually all of its energy from renewable sources. 80% from hydro and 20% from geothermal.
And Amy Berquist and Alex Steely-Clark are here with us today.
Linda, hi.
And
Hello.
there, so wave to them from Lindblad. So thank you guys for everything that
Thank you,
Lindblad
thank
does.
you, thank you.
Really, really appreciate it. Yay. We'll be going with you this summer. So while we were in Iceland this past summer, when we were back on land, we paid a fascinating visit to a company called Carbfix. They're working to mineralize carbon dioxide. Anybody heard about that? So this is basically to put it back in the ground. They handed us a rock, and they said this is actually carbon dioxide when it's mineralized, when it's turned back into rock. The story, like the technology, is built on a ton of science, engineering, data, geology. It's very technical, very complicated. So how you boil that down into a story so that it makes sense to people is a challenge. And that was quite something to see and visit.
Yeah. Haley Hughes from the University of Arizona, a StoryFest winner who traveled with us last year, she connected back up with a Carbfix engineer.
So we'll take a look at that, and then we'll come back and talk about this kind of thing.
Hi, Sig. It's great to see you again.
Hi, Hallie. How have you been?
I've been great. How does it feel speaking at the Planet Forward 2024 Summit?
It's very exciting. I'm very happy y'all had me out here. And it's great to see you again after your trip here from last year. How did you like seeing the igloos in person?
The igloos in Iceland were super cool. It was one of my favorite parts of the StoryFest trip in Iceland. So super excited to be able to talk about that today. So who do you work for and what does your company do?
I work for Carbfix, and we are in the business of turning CO2 into stone, and with the goal of being a significant contributor to climate recovery through the worldwide scaling and development of our technology and furthering underground CO2 mineral storage as a whole. Carbfix was spun out of an idea from the president of Iceland back in 2007, and the idea behind it was just to see if we could take CO2, dissolve it in water, and then pump it underground and see if it permanently would stay. And about 10 to 12 years ago, they had the first pilot project, and they proved that it does work, and remarkably fast. Within 2 years, over 90% of the CO2 had been mineralized.
I've heard that one of Carbfix's big projects is Project Seastone, which is super highly technical. Could you take us through the story of what you're doing and what you're trying to accomplish?
Project Seastone is kind of the next chapter in Carbfix's story. Whereas 15 years ago, Carbfix set out to take fresh water and CO2 and turn it into stone underground. Seastone is now trying to use salt water, such as seawater, and do the exact same thing.
So why seawater? What are the challenges that you're trying to address or overcome?
Our goal is to be a positive impact, and we're very aware of any parts of our process that could potentially be not as beneficial as we would like it. With Seastone, we can go to areas with the right geology, such as India or Indonesia or over in the States, and take seawater instead of fresh water that would be drawn from the reservoir, or allay anybody's fears with using drinking water resources. And then we can scale up and up and up with plenty of seawater around.
So thank you so much, Sig, for sitting down with us and talking all about Carbfix. I'm sure the StoryFest finalists are so excited to go back to Iceland and experience all the amazing things that Iceland has to offer. And I'm sure we'll be excited to follow Carbfix's journey in the future.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been such a pleasure. And we really look forward to, if you get the opportunity, come back out.
That was cool.
Right?
That was cool.
We've been invited back to Carbfix, and we'll go and we'll see what they're doing. They're going to be doing a huge pilot program next year. A couple of points of clarification. They point out that there are only 2% of the world's surfaces where this would work. It's a basalt rock that this needs to go into. A lot in Iceland, a couple of other locations around the world. This is not a silver bullet. This is not going to solve the climate crisis. It's actually very controversial in some quarters because they say if you create this illusion that you can just take all the bad stuff out of the air and put it, there's no incentive to stop putting more bad stuff into the air.
Absolutely.
So point that out. But it's a part of the array of things that people are doing to address the crisis and the stories we need to tell.
Which is really important. So we're going to go into our next panel, and I want you all to start thinking, how does data, numbers, statistics, facts propel a story to make it credible, urgent, human, and real?
And how do we contextualize them? How do we do this? So one of the things that we talk a lot about in storytelling, right? What is 1 part per million? What's a kilowatt? You can't touch it, you can't see it. How do you convey that to people so it's real? We talk about this with a great metaphor. I'm sure many of you have heard about it with the carbon in the atmosphere. We think about it like a bathtub, right? The water is flowing, the bathtub is overflowing. So turning the water down doesn't solve the problem. Turning it off doesn't solve the problem. You've also got to drain it, and you've got to clean up the mess you've made. So this is what we face with our air. So,
yeah, as you hear this conversation, I want you to think about why numbers matter and how you use them as story. How much can you fit before it's too overwhelming and you lose your audience? So please welcome our moderator, Matt Scott, Director of Storytelling and Engagement with Project Drawdown, Dr. Neela Tumalu, co-director of the GW Climate Health Institute.
Juan de Klerk Barreto, he's with the Union of Concerned Scientists, and Anna Shaw, also with George Washington University, for a terrific conversation. Welcome to you all.
Thank you.
Neela, you were amazing in the video and in the conversation last night, so welcome back. And we're anxious to hear the conversation. Matt, it's always great to see you. Matt is also a member of the Planet Forward Advisory Council. He's at Project Drawdown. He's a rock star, so enjoy.
Yes. Thank you so much. How's everyone doing today? Good. And as Frank said, I'm Matt Scott. I'm the Director of Storytelling and Engagement at the global nonprofit Climate Solutions Resource Project Drawdown. I host a series called Drawdown's Neighborhood there. And I'm part of the Planet Forward Advisory Council, as Frank said, but Frank wouldn't let me live down the fact that I need to mention that I'm a 2014 GW alum. So happy to be in good company. Yeah, cheers, there we go. And we're gonna dive in for this conversation today. But one thing I wanna invite all of you to do, first and foremost, is think about questions that you have for us, because about halfway through, or in about 10 minutes or so, we're going to pause to start to get some questions from you all. But also, I want you to think about what comes to mind when you think of data. What are the feelings, the words, the thoughts? Does anyone here, just by a cheer, love data? Is anyone here terrified of data? Those are my people, but hopefully after this conversation, we'll get over that a little bit together. So first and foremost, I just want to invite our phenomenal panelists to introduce themselves. And could you just share who you are and, in short, like a sentence or two, how are you using stories to bring data to life in your work? Starting with you, Juan.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Juan de Clet Barreto. I'm a geographer by training. I'm a senior social scientist for climate vulnerability with the Union of Concerned Scientists. Actually, my office is really here down the road. In my work, I combine climate change data, extreme weather impacts data, and population vulnerability data to communicate to the public and to policymakers the depths of the climate crisis, the need to act on climate to reduce the emissions that are causing the climate crisis, and also to adapt to the climate impacts that we can't avoid even if we shut off those emissions, as the metaphor that Frank used earlier.
Awesome.
Thank you.
And by the way, while it's up, since we're taking a look at it, do you just want to explain what the visual is that we're seeing from the Union of Concerned Scientists?
Oh, right.
Yeah.
It's right here. In our work, we can take the data that I talked about in terms of extreme weather data, the climate signal of heat alerts, for example, and communicate to the public that, for example, last year, during what we call danger season, which is the period between May and October, when climate change has made extreme weather more likely, that 96% of people in the United States face an extreme weather alert. I think if we have time, we may be able to play an animation to show you rather than tell you how we communicate this.
Let's see.
Let's see. This will take 2 minutes. I think we can continue talking through this, where we have been able to combine the data from the National Weather Service Alert Service, and take a look at how these extreme weather events unfolded over the U.S. and the Caribbean territories, where we looked at floods, storms, heat, and fire weather. And you will see we will slow down around some areas, and around some events. For example, the terrible heat wave in Puerto Rico, that widespread heat wave that started in the U.S. Southwest and continued spreading in the early summer, putting millions and millions of people at risk and under these alerts. Phoenix in particular lit up in the map and made the news rounds last year when it had 31 consecutive days of temperatures over 110 Fahrenheit.
Wow.
The terrible wildfires in Maui, of course, that caused a lot of damage and destruction and death. And we will be coming up on Hurricane Hillary, which prompted really freaky sounding hurricane flood alerts in Nevada, as far as Utah, and in Arizona and parts of California, which is a little bit mind-boggling to think about. And Hurricane Idalia in Florida, which also combined with heat wave alerts on some parts of Florida and hurricane alerts simultaneously.
Wow, there we go. And I think what's so powerful about this one is not only the data visualization with the example that you gave, but also you mentioned the heat in Phoenix. And I think of stories. I think of my friends living in Phoenix who were talking about that and telling me, hey, maybe if you're visiting, don't come until like February when it's not 99 or 110 degrees or so. But as we go along, Nilu, do you just want to introduce yourself? And I think we could also show the visuals that you prepared also.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Nilu Tamala. I'm an ear, nose, and throat physician and co-director of the Climate Health Institute here at GW. And one of the other hats I wear is I'm a part of Virginia Clinicians for Climate Action, which is a group of healthcare professionals who advocate for climate solutions in Virginia. Anyone here pre-med, nursing, dentistry, anything medical? Oh, man. Well, lucky for you.
You're in the corner.
Well, health affects everyone, right? And so when we think about data, what is data representing? It's representing people. And who are the people? People is everyone. People are the patients that I see in my clinic. People are your brothers, your sisters, your parents, your children. And so as a healthcare provider, one of the things that the healthcare movement is really growing in appreciation of is how do all of these climate extremes impact our patients and impact our patients' health. And a lot of healthcare professionals are increasingly recognizing that our Hippocratic Oath is to do no harm, that we have to speak up on behalf of global warming, air pollution, and all of the negative health impacts this is causing our patients. So, as Juan was showing that video, we're looking at all of these different health risks, right? Heat, floods, droughts, hurricanes, wildfire seasons. Last summer when the northern Canada had the intense wildfire season and all that smoke blanketed the DMV, I had patients calling in being concerned about could they go outside? What would their breathing be like? Was it safe for them to take their children outside? Everyone was impacted by these respiratory concerns, and people felt it in their own homes. And as we saw with continued global warming, with these worsening heat extremes, climate extremes, we're going to be seeing worsening public health impacts. And so it's really taking the data that we have and saying this data is impacting people, and we are all the people, it's all of our health that's going to be impacted. But of course, we know that it's anyone who already have underlying health conditions, babies and children, older adults. These are the folks that are going to be most impacted by these negative health concerns. And so when we think about data, the first image that I had was from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And so one of the things that a lot of people ask about is, well, what really does 1.1 degrees Celsius, 1.2 degrees Celsius, 2 degrees Fahrenheit, what does that mean? And so this is a graphic I use a lot when I'm talking about the concerns I have as a clinician is, we know that with every fraction of a degree increase, there's going to be worsening heat extremes, right? 2023 was the hottest year on record. January, February, and March of this year have broken records for being their hottest respective months. But these aren't just numbers, these aren't just data. These are things that people are experiencing. I had a patient in my clinic last week, and I remember last summer, she lives on the top floor of her apartment, and she had talked to me about how hard it was to live during the summer. And she was like, Dr. Tummala, I'm so nervous and scared about what this summer is gonna look like. So, right, these are the real consequences that I'm sure many of you have also felt yourselves, but that I'm seeing as a healthcare provider.
Awesome, thank you so much. And I know you also had, I know there's one other visual that's loaded up too, but could you just speak to this too?
Yeah, so one of the things that I think there's a little bit of lack of awareness of is all of the different ways that climate change is impacting health. And so it's, we talked about the climate-related disasters. As an ENT, I care a lot about how it's worsening pollen allergies, which can also increase asthma exacerbations, worsening mental health concerns, and then one of the other areas is worsening infectious disease. And so, again, using the data that we have and showing how this applies or is applicable to our health, this is a graphic that's showing how West Nile virus is going to change by 2050 or by 2080, and changes in temperature and precipitation patterns are going to increase the prevalence of West Nile virus with the northward rise. So really, again, and we're seeing the same pattern with pollen allergies, is that as temperatures and precipitation patterns change, the environment that people are living in is changing, and so the risks are going to change. And these are things that as healthcare providers, we also have to be conscientious of, because we need to know how do we treat our patients. I have a friend who's a pediatrician. She told me last December she saw 2 patients with Lyme disease, which is not that common in Virginia. But again, as our environment's changing, we're seeing the changing landscape of infectious diseases, which is impacting patients and which, as healthcare providers, need to be aware of so we can treat accordingly.
It's powerful just to hear about these experienced realities that we have when it comes to all this, where we could just talk about the data and talk about these things in the bigger picture. I know with Project Drawdown, a science-based, data-based organization, we could talk about climate solutions in that sense, but when we talk about the people who are working on them or the people who are experiencing the climate impacts, that connects with all of us so much more because we could relate to going outside and overheating and so on and so forth. But Anna, one thing I want you to do, of course, is to introduce yourself, but I love about your work that you are, as we'll show in a bit, using data a bit differently, or in a few ways, actually, I guess, to inform what you're doing, but go for it.
Okay, so hello everybody. My name is Anna Shaw. I'm a senior here at GW, so graduating in a month in the business school, studying international business with minors in sustainability and German. But the reason why I'm on this panel is because I founded a student thrift store on campus called POP, which stands for Power of the Purse, to really empower shoppers to use their dollars to shop sustainably versus Shein as an example. Our mission statement is really to provide students access to affordable and curated secondhand fashion. So as I'm a solo entrepreneur at the moment, I think what's really important is that I use the community as my co-founders and help them craft the vision of what this thrift store is going to look like. So I spent the fall interviewing a bunch of girls on campus, 45, and these were kind of the main trends that I was able to kind of ascertain from what they were saying. So looking for affordability, preferring in-person shopping, a curated treasure hunt, and stuff stuff like that, and that they're participating in the circular economy and want to donate clothes that they haven't used recently. And so these kind of trends and qualities that I'm seeing in my customers are helping me craft the vision of what this thrift store is going to look like. And GW recently offered me a space to do it permanently and launch by fall 2025. But ultimately, I think it's really important that I use that data to craft the vision of what the thrift store looks like. And not only that, but use it to curate a thrift store that's accessible to all. I think sustainability can sometimes be hard to approach because there's a lot of a shaming culture around it. And I think really what I want to do with POP is have it be a place of empowerment, a place where someone who has never thrifted before can come in and find a place and find it be accessible to them. And we have all these cool collections that are curated for college students, and the price point's really affordable. So I really want it to be a safe space and a community, and that's why I chose the community to collect my data from.
I love that. And before we get to a few questions, maybe we'll have time for a couple of questions in a bit. I actually just want to start with you, Anna. What do we gain by using stories, or why isn't it effective when we just use data alone in our approach?
So I think for me, I interviewed each of these people rather than doing a survey. And I think those stories are so relevant in my mind as I'm crafting this vision. So for example, people were telling me how in high school, there was always written or unwritten rules about what you should wear, and that college is really the first time they get to express themselves through the style. And that's something that I want to be able to give to them. To even stories about how in certain stores they don't feel included because only American music is on the playlist. And there are all these different stories that I've heard from people as I'm interviewing them and taking them on focus groups. And ultimately, that's kind of what's crafting the larger vision. It's all these little details about what's personal to them, and then kind of drawing the threads and patterns to create a larger vision.
Yeah, I'm wondering how that resonates with you, Juan and Nilu, if one of you wants to kind of share why it's so critical that we have the stories in addition to the data, right?
Well, I think, for example, there's multiple scales of engagement, right? The maps that I showed are at a county scale, so like a national type of extent, right? And then at the other end of that are, for example, the stories that Dr. Tumala was talking about at the individual level, right? Somewhere in between there, there's also communities that are experiencing these impacts. A big part of our work as a unit of concerned scientists to bring in those communities, not bring them in at the tail end of a project, but bring them in at the beginning of a project to start scoping it out correctly, to take concerns, needs, historical and current needs and demands into account, and combining the hard data with the lived experience, as you were talking about, which is a very, very important component of non-credentialed experts, by which I mean people who do not have academic degrees, have expertise in their own neighborhoods. Yeah. They know their environmental histories. They know they may have ancestral knowledge, indigenous knowledge that goes back far in time, and they do understand what their pressing needs of their communities are, and that's integral when you talk, when you want to talk about solutions that can consider that.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, especially because in the work that I do at Project Drawdown, so much of that is connecting with, is interviewing people who are in the communities, primarily from underrepresented communities, and you hear all these realities that, it's people just sharing their stories, but the thing that I love about it is that it, unintentionally represents the data. Like you see the data reflected of so many realities when it comes to climate and environmental impacts, but also just a ton of realities they face with racism and inequality and class and the like. But Nilu, I think I'd love to hear from you too with your thoughts.
Yeah, no, I agree with everything that was said. I think one of the things that data really allows me to do is create a new narrative by connecting the dots between what the data and the science is showing, which I love as a physician, but then also what people are feeling and how they can apply that to themselves. And so if I have someone come in and it's early March and they're like, gosh, I feel like my pollen allergies are getting worse. Well, I can create the dots and say, okay, well the data shows that there's 20% more pollen in the air now than there was 30 years ago. The pollen season is X number of weeks longer in this area. In the DMV, it's about 3 weeks longer, just an FYI, than it was 30 years ago. So we can create that narrative to help people gain a better understanding, and then hopefully they can take that information and talk to their friends and family about it to say, okay, this is how climate change is impacting me here now, and then all of my, my community members who also may have pollen allergies. So it's just one example of really just making it more applicable, and sort of to your point of like making everything just feel like it's more like everyone's a part of the story, or everyone's like welcome, and it just really helps people understand where they're at, and unfortunately with health, it's how it's negatively impacting them, but then also what we can do to improve our current environment.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question for you. Are you currently open for appointments? Because struggling with the pollen for sure these
Pollen's
last
bad,
few weeks.
yes.
But I want to see if any folks have questions, and I'm seeing right over here, Mark. I know there's a question. If we get a mic down. Oh yeah, there we go.
Hi there, Mark Lichtenstein from ESF. Much has been written about the death of truth and the death of facts. So Matt, I know you deal with this a lot, but I would like to get some feedback on how we even talk about the validity of data, because now, Anna, your data is pretty straightforward. You went out and interviewed people, right? But what about the data around climate change is human created? So how do we deal with this movement against truth, fact, and the validity of data?
We have to recognize that there is a very well-funded and decided effort from climate deniers and the fossil fuel industry to discredit the science that has been established. 99% of the international scientific community understands and recognizes as valid. We can't use that fact to discredit the very real fears that people who have fallen prey to that misinformation and disinformation and lies. They have legitimate concerns and fears, and we have a responsibility to bring in the most trusted messengers into that conversation. I talked to the National Hispanic Association of Nurses the other day, and many of us probably know here, I'm sure Dr. Tamara knows that, nurses and medical professionals are among the most trusted messengers, communicators of information across the board, certainly more than politicians, certainly more than scientists, and that is a key way in which we should work together. All scientists, scholars, advocates across the board to communicate the messages on facts on climate change that can help sway people and recognize how things are impacting them.
I think I was also going to add, I think it's like, especially with telling stories, it's about making it human-centered. There's all these statistics, but when you see your patients actually living them, that's what compels people to believe in the narrative and see it as larger picture when they see the personal effects and the personal stories that Planet Forward does such a great job of sharing.
And I'd say from a health angle, a lot of the leading medical journals are publishing a lot on this. Lancet, New England Journal of Medicine, JAMA, all of them have really been, over the past couple of years, really been focusing on climate change, global warming, air pollution, and literature related to that and how it impacts certain populations, environmental inequities, and just health risks in general. So it's really helpful to have that really robust objective data and then to apply that to a greater population.
Yeah. I think not just that. We need on top of all of that, we need to talk to people about the things that they care about. Only a few people care about how many standard deviations the mean, the temperature of the mean. Only a few nerds like myself and some of the people that we talk to. People care about if their kids are going to be able to play soccer or football or play outside, if they're not going to have an asthma attack because their quality index is too high, or if it's too hot, like we were fortunately seen happening in many places around the country.
Yeah, that's powerful. And I know I see one hand with a question, if we could get a mic right over there. That was the first hand I saw. And yeah, we have time for one more question.
University of Georgia. I was just wondering, how do you combat the argument that your data and your publications might be insinuating climate doom or something of the sort, climate extremism, when in reality you're just relaying the data?
That's a great question. And I think, I love this question. As someone who works at an organization that's focused on climate solutions, that doesn't mean that we don't talk about the crisis and the problems and the realities of the data that's presented. but that we tell what I think of as a more full story, the story not only of the problem, but of the solutions. And I love how our executive director at Project Drawdown, John Foley, talks about like the analogy of going to the doctor, and they tell you your diagnosis, but they don't tell you what you could do about it. That's what happens so often with the ways we communicate about these issues we're here to discuss today. And but I'm curious from your perspective about that question. Like, do you grapple with maybe giving the sense of doom through showing the data, or are there opportunities to show solutions, which I know is one of the huge themes of today?
There's all of that included. You know, the magnitude of the climate crisis is such that sometimes, you know, some of us get into that doom and gloom sort of mode. But that's not what I want to leave anybody with. You know, there are solutions. This is a human-caused problem, and there are human solutions, and we need the political will. That's what's missing. We can argue about the technologies and the methods to do it, but we need the political will. And I would push back against the people who say that the climate that scientists are extremists by saying, well, the extremists are the ones who expect humanity and a sizable chunk of humanity, especially vulnerable people, to deal with the consequences of climate change, to lose their lives and their livelihoods and the ways that they are able to feed their families. That's a really kind of toxic extremism that we are supposed to just take lying down. That is not correct, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, just as we wrap up, I want to ask for just some really quick, like tangible advice. Like if there are people here who have the data but are trying to figure out how to bring that to life through stories, like is there any quick advice that you all would want to share? Maybe beginning with you, Nilu?
Sure. So also just to answer your question, I think that one thing, I used to do like 90% talk about the problem, 10% let's talk about the solution. Now I'm like 1/3 problem, 2/3 solution. Because getting to your point, you have to lay out the problem, but then to give people like tangible solutions on a macro and micro level, so things that feel like something they can do on a day-to-day basis, but then vote and work for climate policy, like macro level type stuff. So I think the biggest thing for me is like think about your health, think about the health of the people that you love, and then just sort of talk about how climate change is impacting health, right? This all goes back to raising awareness, talking about it, because this is one of those ways to really connect with people in a nonpartisan way, the public health concerns, because it is impacting everyone.
Awesome. Yeah, quick advice, Anna.
I think I could have talked a lot about like 10% of climate emissions are from the fashion industry and all the big problems with fast fashion, but I tried to focus on the solution that I'm creating today as something to provide hope, because I think that it really is a lot of gloom and doom by focusing so much on the negative and the problem, and I love the way you kind of describe just 1/3 and then 2/3, but kind of end it with the positive notes and how much there really is being done on the positive front. It's incredible. There's so much data about the future and all the solutions we can bring. So making sure to always kind of lay that out, lay the problem out, but then going into all the possibilities that are open in the solution.
Juan, a few words before we get kicked off the stage.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me to this conversation. You know, like I said, I want people to go home with the message that there are solutions to this problem. We just need to create the political will to do it, to put people in office that recognize the validity of climate change and climate science and the fact that it's a crisis. That's the only way we're going to get out of this.
Yeah, and I would just add, like, the last piece, representation matters, the messengers matter, who we have represented in stories matters. So let's be sure that we take that seriously and leverage that in what we do. Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you for the space to be here today. Awesome.
Thank you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nilu, I want to steal you for just a second before you go. The others can go, because the other thing that you can go. It's all right. No. No, but you're not just a doc, and I think my pollen allergies are okay right now, so check me. But you're a storyteller yourself, right? So just tell people how you write, what and why.
So when I was in medical school and training, I never really thought about that climate change would really be sort of a part of what I did as a healthcare provider. And this kind of goes back to what I was saying about do no harm, right? I think over the years, I've really appreciated that if I really want to take care of my patients, the environmental risks are such a significant concern, I have to be doing something about them. And we know with climate change that one of the main things we can do is talk about it and then, again, connect those dots between Here's how climate change is impacting health, and then here's what we have to do about it. So I started writing a few years ago, and really, what inspired me was the people I was seeing in my clinic. Those people asking me about their airway, about their asthma exacerbations, about their pollen allergies. It was patients I was talking to about their heat extremes that they were concerned about over the summer months. And what I really wanted to do was elevate their stories. And then there's so much data that supports what they're saying. And so it's really just trying to create that narrative. And so again, I see what I do as a climate advocate as an extension of what I do as a physician. So for me, it's like one and the same. And it's really just sort of raising awareness to say, this is a public health risk. We know what we need to do about it. And as Juan was saying, that part of the communication strategy is to create public will to be able to implement the policy changes.
So you're a storyteller too.
Again, I'm telling the stories of my patients. That's really what it comes down to.
Thank you.
Thanks, Frank.
All right. I just want to button this conversation about data for a second. So for those of you who have written stories to publish, or for those of you who are thinking about how you tell a story to communicate, you're writing an internal memo to a boss, you're writing a pitch for an idea or a project, you're writing a paper for a class, you need to start with the data and come back to it. You want to check yourself. Is your assumption or the way you're thinking about framing this story actually correct? Do the data support your own ideas? Before you turn it into a narrative, is the science, the data, the statistics on your side? Which ones, as you see, what you've got there, will leap at you? 96% of the population was at risk of heat in the last year. That's a number that pops. That's a great thing to put in a story. You can't put too many. If you bury people in numbers, they lose the story, they lose the narrative, and now you're just giving them a laundry list. Generally speaking, people don't remember a lot of numbers. They'll remember a few. They'll certainly remember them with relation to other people. So when you make that connection. When I was at CNN and I was doing a story, our typical TV story was around somewhere between 1:45 and 2:30. We seldom used more than 3 numbers, and we almost always built a graphic around them. So not only did people hear the number, but they could see it at the same time. So you're using 2 senses, their sight and their hearing, so that you're reinforcing that. Don't ever put up a number on a screen with text or numbers and say something different if you're doing a video piece, because then you're asking people to hear one thing and see another, and it becomes very confusing for your audience. So use your data to check yourself, to build your narrative, and then weave it in to support the narrative. Super, super important. One final thing, and then we move on to the next bit. There is a difference in your storytelling between the issue and the story. So the issue may be childhood asthma caused by heat, but the story is about a mom with her kid who plays soccer who can't go outside. So you've got to find that narrative within that issue if you're actually going to turn it into a story. And that's the same whether you're a filmmaker or you're writing a memo or a science paper. If you want to highlight that narrative, you've got to build that story around a story, not just a piece of data or information. Does that make sense? It's a really tricky thing to do sometimes because we want to tell the story about childhood asthma, but we've got much more to do. All right, so on to solutions. So we've got lots of people working on them. It does give you hope. So I want to say we have something here at GW called the New Venture Competition. And this is students and student teams coming up with ideas actually to address some of these problems. So we wanted to introduce you to a couple of people who are doing remarkable things. So Corey Howell, he's got this thing called Thunk Lab. He works with the Corcoran School of Arts. He was going to join us today. He's not able to because he's not feeling well, I think. But Liam Perry and Jaime Perez Bedmarello are here with us. And so if I can bring them out, wherever you are, come on out. Hi, Frank. You're wearing a tie. You're making me feel bad.
I can take it off.
No, your mic is stuck to it right now. So first of all, introduce yourself to everybody. Tell people who you are, where you're from.
Okay, I'm Jaime Perez del Mar. I'm from Spain, and I'm studying in GW, dual major international business and finance.
Yeah, and I'm Liam Perry. I'm also a senior, and I study international affairs and sustainability.
So you came up with an idea, right?
Right.
What's the idea?
So the idea is Asher Fabrics, and what it is we are a brand that uses an online platform to sell sustainable fabrics. And we source those from suppliers around the world, and then we use a QR code to then share that story with the customers.
So the QR code goes where?
The QR code goes on the end product for the consumer to then understand the sustainability story of the fabric.
So what's the story that you're trying to tell?
We want to be more transparent where the clothes come from, and actually we have a funny story. You want to tell the funny story?
Yeah. So
we like
this
funny
is
stories.
kind of the story of how we came up with the company. I was asking Jaime, I was like, hey, I like your shirt. Where's it from? And he was like, oh, it's from Vietnam. I was like, Vietnam? No, I meant what brand is your shirt from? And then we ended up looking into, wait, we don't really know where our clothes are from or how we source them. And so we wanted to tackle that issue.
So tackling the issue means every piece of fabric from you're going to have a QR code on it?
We have a little QR code which will tell the story from the beginning to the end. So the consumer is able to actually understand where the products come from, and is able to also share the stories with some friends. That would be the thing.
Are you actually doing any of this with anybody? Any communities you're working with yet, or
yeah,
fabrics?
So we've currently sourced a few suppliers in Peru and New Zealand, and that's sustainable wool, so organic wool, organic cotton, and organic linen is what we're starting with.
And we have the opportunity to, I don't know if you know, is GOTS, is a certifier of organic cotton. So it's actually an opportunity for us because GOTS is able to just be transparent where the suppliers are from and where the companies actually source all the materials. So we are able to introduce that into our QR code and actually help us to tell the story.
Who's the market for this? Who do you think would be interested in this?
So really
No
what we want to do, I mean, the market is all of us here. You know, it's people who care about sustainability and want to have more transparency in the supply chains. And typically, that's people who are engaged in sustainability, and that's a lot of youth, so people in our demographic.
Is there any indication that people would actually pay more for this kind of thing?
That's what we saw. We saw a premium actually all around the world. We saw a 37% increase in people actually interested in paying a premium. Within the US, it's a 69% increase in people actually willing to pay more for these products. So,
okay. So where's the business now? Where's the pitch in the idea pipeline?
Yeah. So right now we went through the GW New Venture competition. It was a great experience from it, and currently we're looking for funding to then create our QR code and outroll our website.
And how do you tell this story? How do you tell what this is about to the prospective funder?
I think it's pretty clear, as we just said to all of you guys, but at the end we want to tackle an issue that is been from generations, and we believe two young adults can make this happening with these innovative solutions.
Well, good luck. What should we be watching for, to see if you're going to?
So through the GW Sustainability Comms is how I think would be the easiest way for us to translate ideas to this audience. But we're going to be unveiling the website and unrolling this summer, so look forward to it.
All right. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
So back to the storytelling. You're the business, you tell your story, right? You need to tell your story outward. But you're the storyteller, right? You meet somebody like this, you say, that's really interesting. I want to tell their story. So it's who they are, what they're doing, what they're up against, right? That obstacle, that challenge and what they're trying to achieve. That's the approach. So staying on the theme of developing ideas, innovating, and solving problems. Now we look to that, and we're going to have this conversation, and then we're going to shortly head off to lunch. I am really, really, really delighted to announce that Planet Forward and George Washington University have developed a new and deeper partnership with Dell Technologies. Everybody know what Dell is, right? Yes, that's not. They're supporting this summit, and so thanks for that. But also they're supporting a remarkable graduate capstone project that we're going to roll out next year. We're an interdisciplinary team of graduate students, some from the School of Engineering, some from the School of Business, and some from the School of Media and Communication, Media and Public Affairs for Communication, will collaborate to answer some key questions, working on a difficult problem that Dell has already given us, asking us to help them think through how Dell can reduce their greenhouse gas emissions as they've committed and produce more of their products from recycled, renewable, or reduced carbon emissions material. They're also interested in an intern, so if anyone's interested, they're looking for a fall intern to work with their supply chain and social environmental responsibility team, so maybe a little bit more on that. But for now, I would like to welcome to the stage Cassandra Garber. She's Dell's Vice President of Sustainability and ESG. So Cassandra, if you're with us, I think you are, come on out.
Hi.
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 You brought your Planet Forward mug.
They told me to.
They did?
They said bring your water, and I was like, do I just hold it?
Well, I'm glad
Yes, cheers, everyone.
Tell people a little bit about yourself, what you do at Dell.
I'm dropping them.
Okay.
I can't do that. That's weird.
Tell people a little bit about yourself and what you do at Dell.
Let's see, about myself. Cassandra Garber, first thing to know about me, mom and wife to my best friend. I have 3 kiddos who are the most amazing humans that I've ever met. And I also love pickleball. And yeah, thank you. I got a woo, thank you for that. And ping pong. So, you know, kind of those kinds of sports and tennis. We're a bit of a tennis family. So that's the important stuff you need to know about me. Professionally, I get to lead sustainability and ESG at Dell Technologies, and I've been doing that kind of work for over 20 years. For those of you who think I look 16 because you can't see the wrinkles from where you are right there, I've actually been working in corporate environments for over 20 years, and 12 or 13 of them have been in sustainability and ESG. So I'm one of those rare people who actually has worked in a job with this title for that long, because it hasn't existed that long. And so I've done it for companies you may or may not have heard of: General Electric, Coca-Cola, 3M, and Dell Technologies. So I don't like the small ones. I go big.
Yeah, you go for the big ones, and it raises a lot.
I can tell you why too. There's a reason.
Go ahead.
Okay, the reason is I firmly believe there is tremendous power in driving change within corporations. And if we all have a real conversation about the role of the corporation in the future of society, there is so much potential.
Okay, but
Period.
so this we have.
I gotta clap.
Is it really hard to do this?
Oh, it's super easy. No, it's real chill.
Yeah, because corporations are for-profit entities, right? They've
Yes.
they've got to make money. They want to grow their profits, their dividends, whatever.
Yes.
And sometimes that's at odds
Yes.
with doing things that mean using it less or recycling more.
Yes, they are legally required to make money. So having a conversation that is about something other than financial impact is quite challenging. And not that we're having a regulatory conversation right now, but that's actually becoming very real in terms of how at odds it is, because the regulatory environment, particularly in the EU, is now demanding and legally requiring that companies disclose on things that are non-financial.
I think that's really important for those of you who may or may not be paying attention to this. The EU, European Union, is pushing really hard. They're much more climate engaged at the government level than this country is, and they're much more regulatory. And that, if you think about it, you're running the Global Widget Corporation, you're trying to sell widgets all around the world. You've got different sets of rules and regulations on what you can use.
Really advanced widgets.
You're right.
Widgets.
That too. Okay. So let's talk about your widgets for a minute and what you're doing at Dell. You've got several things in the sustainability space that you're addressing: greenhouse gas emissions, recycled and reused products. How do you approach? What are the priorities of sustainability within your company? What you're focused on?
Yeah. So our priorities are based on risks, opportunities, and impacts. And impacts means things outside in and things that are inside out. So impacts on us, impacts we are creating. So we use that kind of concept to kind of choose what our priorities are. And that helps a lot because, back to the business lens, a number of these areas, if you actually spend a minute looking into it, you can make money off of doing more environmentally friendly things.
You can make more money doing it.
You can make more money.
Because the market wants it?
There's lots of reasons. From a risk standpoint, again, back to those regulations, you're going to lose money if you aren't compliant. 2, you can differentiate. So we spend a lot of time talking about product carbon footprints. It's kind of a mess, if I'm being completely honest, because there's no clear standardized methodology for how you do a product carbon footprint. However, I love when I get head nods. Thank you.
He knows.
He knows. He feels it because it's real. However, when you can do it and you can demonstrate that you are differentiated in your lower carbon footprint, you can charge more because you have now differentiated your product.
You can charge more to?
You can charge more to your customers. No offense, but consumers are less willing than the large companies. So for us, we have a lot of commercial clients. The large companies are more willing because they too have set their own targets. They too have to make that a factor in their purchases because they're going to be regulated to do so, or because they've already set their own targets as a company and they need your products and your supply chain to help them meet their targets. So the companies are often more willing to at least let it be a differentiator in the bid process and they choose you, or even potentially they will pay more. Again, it's a factor in many things. They have to consider many things, but yeah.
So I want to stay with that. It's really interesting. And again, I never have a conversation like this without thinking, how would I turn this into a story? Because it's just what I do, right? But with that in mind and thinking about AI, artificial intelligence.
Never heard of it.
And the huge demands that that's creating in the energy sector, right?
Yes.
So you're dealing with this.
Yes.
Dell is.
Also in the digital divide and people's access to technology so that they can live their lives.
We'll come to that.
Yes.
But back to what companies do with other companies and how this advances things.
Yes.
The energy that you're buying, that you're purchasing, you have an opportunity to influence that.
Yes.
How?
How do we influence it, or how do we have that opportunity?
How do you influence it? I mean, because are you not demanding more power for AI and all this other stuff that comes from renewable sources?
Yes. So we are in how we run our operations. So we've of course got our own targets about renewable energy procurement and all that kind of stuff with our own operations. That is like completely immaterial compared to the energy demands of the use of our products. So for those of you who are familiar with greenhouse gas accounting, and I see smiles, because again, you feel this in a big way if you know this space as well. From a Scope 3 perspective, for us, the supply chain, the greenhouse gas emissions associated with our supply chain and the use of our products are where it is wildly more than our own procurement. So what we do, I'm going to focus in on just the use of our products, because that's where AI comes in. So now AI and the large language models that are going to be required in order to run all this AI, and particularly generative AI, this is going to have tremendously increased energy consumption demands. So for us, there's a lot of things that we have to do. We have to make our products more energy efficient. We have lots of conversations about what is a sustainable data center? What does the data center of the future need to look like? Because data centers haven't really been part of the conversation in terms of sustainability. Yes, they have, for those of us who live and breathe it. They're becoming part of the real world conversation now because of the demands of AI. So we talk about liquid cooling, we talk about these kinds of things in ways we never talked about before. And then you have advocacy. So outside of that, we can't just focus on our products, we can't just focus on telling our customers, hey, you should do this. We actually have to advocate for renewable energy procurement, for policy, for all those kinds of things. And last thing I'm gonna say, because I can see how red that is.
Yeah, it says 12, 10, 9. Yeah.
Stop counting, you're taking my time. The last thing I'm gonna say about that is that the fun of being a global company is that that's different in every single stinking country. And so when you do this advocacy, you can't take the same approach everywhere because it's a very different environment. So the advocacy piece is huge and tricky and challenging just in itself.
Regardless of the clock, what I did want to ask you though is about your procurement.
Yeah.
And how you are procuring energy and what you as a company are asking for from those who are providing the energy that you're buying.
What we are asking for from those, what
you're buying energy. You're using energy.
We do,
right?
correct, yes.
Are you requiring that more of the energy that is provided to you, electricity, comes from renewable sources?
Oh yes, that was what I was referring to. Our own renewable energy procurement that we do for our own operations. Yeah, 100%, yes. Because we have targets, just like any big company should absolutely have targets now for 100% renewable electricity globally. Ours are set for 2040, and we're trying to actually beat that as best we can. But so yes, we have expectations that we do that. And the reason that I said that so quickly is because in the scheme of climate change, that is far less material than this whole conversation about Scope 3. But yes, we absolutely do.
Great. Why don't we invite the other two out? We're going to have a little conversation. I'm going to open it to you for some questions in a few minutes too. So I'd like to also introduce to you, if you haven't met her already, Artelia Gilliard. She's from Ford, and Josh Penganabin from NextEra. So Josh, good to see you. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Hi, Artelia. So we put this panel together very deliberately. So you've got a technology company that is doing massive global scale work, NextEra Energy, a renewable energy company focused on renewable energies, and a traditional manufacturing company that makes cars. right? So everybody's doing, so let me jump down to you, Josh. If you think about your sustainability goals at NextEra Energy, first tell a little bit about what NextEra Energy is, and then what your sustainability goals are, big picture.
So just a little bit of background about NextEra. So we're based in Florida, and we started, I think, around 1925 is when the utilities started, FPL. Nowadays, we're really two companies. So there's Florida Power and Light, that's like the local utility, the one people pay bills to, and then there's NextEra Energy Resources. That's the side I work with, and that's the one that helps build these wind, solar, battery projects. So we build a lot of them all throughout, I think, numbers 49 states just in the US.
So how much wind and solar are you building now? How active is that? How fast is that growing?
Yeah, it's growing very fast. I mean, I can say there was a groundbreaking just this Wednesday in a project in Kentucky. 2 weeks ago, we got a 100 megawatt site online in Arkansas, and before that, we got another large one online in Louisiana, and even closer to home in Virginia, we have a project called Chesapeake Solar. That just came online in December. The total amount that we think we built in 2023 was 6.8 gigawatts.
And so, all right, I talk about contextualizing data.
Yeah, I'll contextualize that.
What does that mean?
Yeah, so when I say 100 megawatts, let's break it down to 1 megawatt. So think about 1 megawatt as 300 homes that we can power every year. So if I say 100 megawatt solar project, that's close to 30,000 homes that could be powered.
You don't write about a wind farm or a solar farm or anything like that without saying how many homes it will power, how many the equivalent of carbon it takes off the road in terms of cars not driven. Artelia, welcome to you.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello. Good to see you again.
I announced yesterday that Artelia, who was with us last year as well, will be joining our Alliance for a Sustainable Future here at GW next year, working with us collaboratively and all that, and we're very excited about that. Artelia's background is has been in transportation. It was when you worked in the Obama administration, and now I like to say at Ford, you're at the intersection, of
He's got so many car puns, like I can't even tell you. Do not get on a text
I'd say
chain.
I'm firing on all pistons, but that is so not good if you're talking
Here
to
we
me.
go. Here we go. Buckle up. Here we go.
So so you're working in a lot of different areas in communication sustainability, the just transition to EVs, but okay, here I go. There are speed bumps in the road.
Yeah.
It seems like it's slowed down a little bit.
Yeah.
What's going on?
So first of all, this is my favorite myth to bust is we're not slowing down at all. And so I think what's really important to understand about the adoption of EVs is that what we're doing here, we're doing on a massive scale. We're trying to transition our transportation system from one that's based on based on fossil fuels to one that's based on renewable energy, right? And that's everything from the fuel that goes in the vehicles, the plastics and the metal we use to construct them, to the energy we use to power the facilities that build them. So it's a full scale push to move the economy. And
what are you doing with the energy to power them? Just
absolutely, yeah. I wanted to come back to that because I think one of the things. So both of these companies are in Ford's supply chain. I use a Dell computer at Ford. We've got some of your equipment running around our factory, and we're working with NextEra on energy storage so that some of our facilities where we're producing renewables, they can run on a battery. Instead of having to go to the grid. But speaking of the grid, Ford, last year we made the biggest single purchase of renewable energy in US history, and that was 650 megawatts. And so, you put that into context of how many homes we would be able to, I can't do the math. Is that 6.5 million? Well, it's a lot of homes.
Yeah.
It's a lot of homes.
It's a lot.
It's a lot of homes. And that's one purchase, right? So you look at the scale of Ford. That was just solar energy. We use other types of energy, and that was just in Michigan. And so if we really focus on our ability to put our money where our mouth is and send the market that signal, look at what we can do. We give utilities what they need to go out and build that infrastructure, and everybody benefits. There's tax revenue. And there's more solar, there's more wind, there's more renewables on the grid that everyone will benefit from.
Cassandra, what's Dell doing with that? Some years ago I had a fascinating conversation with the head of a utility company, and he said, it almost doesn't matter what the government does. It's the marketplace that's driving this. And our big customers is what I was getting at before, are demanding that we produce more power renewably. So we're shutting down coal plants and we're firing up, if you will, wind and solar. So how do you see this?
Yeah, no, that's 100%. And in fact, I really don't want to go down this path. But the conversation that's happening in the US is wildly different than the conversation that's happening in Europe and other parts of the world. And so whenever there's this whole conversation about what the government is doing, it's like, as a global company, that is one area in which we operate, and we have got to be balanced globally. And when you have to balance globally, you tend to have to go with the highest expectation is your low bar. So it forces us to make the highest expectation our lowest bar from a market standpoint and from a government standpoint. And yeah, so our big customers, we have huge customers based in Europe, and they are all, it's fascinating to be in the room and you talk about storytelling. You don't have to pitch them at all. They're so there, it's not even funny. They're like, where are you, American? Yeah. Like, step it up.
Yeah, what do you say when they ask you that question?
I say, I'm trying. I'm trying. I am on the inside fighting the fight, quite frankly, is what we talk about.
That's really interesting. I remember a conversation actually I had with somebody from Volkswagen a few years ago. He was from Germany, so it's completely different when we come here and the way because with the things you have to convince people of here, it's not even a conversation anymore. So how does Next Era, how do you position the narrative? How do you talk about who you are and what you're doing? How do you tell your story?
Yeah, I think the best part about Next Era is with our utility, Florida Power and Light, we're able to deploy a lot of renewables in the state of Florida. And that's what we get to tell off our customers, other utilities, like, hey, as a utility, we are building all these renewables for ourselves, and we can also build it for you. And that's been ongoing. We've been able to, pretty much target almost every utility in the United States and try to sell them the renewables they want.
Could I just add, I don't know if it occurred to any, you're in Florida.
Yeah.
You have, I don't want to get political, but sorry, you've got a governor and you've got a team there that won't let state agencies put the term climate change on their website. Isn't that right?
I can't speak anything about that.
No, but what yes, that's right.
What I can talk about
but how do you tell, isn't that just sort of weird to be?
I think where we build a lot of renewable projects, so I work in the Midwest, primarily Indiana, Ohio, Oklahoma, and parts of Colorado. A lot of our projects are going to these rural communities. It's providing economic benefits, it's providing a lot of tax benefits, and it's socializing really the power of renewable energy, not just to utilities, but to the community as well. I recently toured a wind site where the wind site was built and some people got jobs from the wind site, but also they were having the wind workers go in parades and everything. It was almost part of the community and essential to the community.
So it's not about climate change, it's about work.
It's about work, it's about economics, it's about jobs, and there's a story to tell, depending on where you want that conversation to go.
Artelia, this gets back to the earlier conversation about how we frame stories.
For sure.
Now, Ford is a legacy company. You're not Tesla. So Tesla runs around and they say EV and everybody gets it. How do you take your legacy story and merge that onto, oh no, we're actually reinventing transportation story?
Absolutely. I think it's really realizing what Ford has done in history and the power of what we could do if we focus that on the modern technology that we're trying to bring on board. And so if you really think about it, Ford was the first tech unicorn in this country, right? Like, we were trying to move people from horse and buggy to automobile at massive scale. We built assembly lines. We created essentially what is the modern corporation today. So the idea of a fair and living wage for our employees, the idea that your health benefits would be connected to your job so that we could have a healthy workforce that could contribute. The idea of even a 5-day work week, which a lot of people wish was 4 now. Yeah. I'm sort of behind that, but we're working on it. So I think you have this know-how within Ford of how to do something really big and really transformative, and the challenge is the narrative. The challenge is, how do we draw a vision, or how do we create a vision in people's minds that is enticing enough that they want to be part of it? And frankly, it's something that Tesla isn't really trying to do. They don't see it as their responsibility, but we do. And we can't make this transition without people. If you're talking about a computer, you could change a part in a computer and make it low carbon, and people probably wouldn't notice unless you told them about it or unless it failed, right? Mm-hmm. But people notice that there's an electric battery underneath their car instead of internal combustion engine. And so the challenge is we have to educate people, we have to engage them, we have to meet them where they are. And like you're saying, Josh, we start from a place of values. First of all, clean air and clean water. It's something we can all get behind, and it's something people expect for Ford to do.
So that is the marketing? I mean, isn't it the driving experience for most people?
Oh, yeah.
Isn't it the price point for most people?
Yeah, I mean, the honest truth is, as a brand, we talk about the way we make EVs because that's important, right? Our impact on local communities, how we're protecting the environment, how we're protecting the water. When it comes to the product, you can't start from that place. It's just not the most compelling sales case. And so you really want to talk about why they're better, why they're different, why they can do things that you never imagined a vehicle could do, like power your home or be backup power in the case of an energy outage, or go from 0 to 60 in 3.4 miles, which no other car can do.
3.4 miles, 3.4 seconds.
Seconds. I'm such a car person, let me tell you.
Cassandra,
I'm becoming one, though. I got the megawatts right, which is really important.
Is sustainability part of Dell's narrative about itself? Is it part of its, and is that more inward messaging or also outward messaging?
All of the above. So when we talk about the narrative on sustainability, we talk about it being a business imperative. So one of the things we're trying to do is be unapologetic about it. We're not going to say that, this is something we're doing for the good of the world and join us here and all of this. This is actually a business imperative now. I don't need to say it again. It's regulated. It's a risk to your business. It's an opportunity to your business and should be treated as any other topic. And so that is kind of the framing that we bring into everything that we do. So when we talk about it internally and externally, we talk about end-to-end sustainability. And I know that doesn't sound super sexy, but that is actually what we talk about as a company as well. So everybody thinks of the laptop, but Dell Technologies is an end-to-end IT infrastructure company. It's the laptop, it's the servers, it's the networking, it's all the things in between, just like we were talking about before. So if our company's differentiator is end-to-end, we brought the same mindset to sustainability. Our sustainability portfolio is end-to-end. It's back-end for all the IT folks here. It's back-end stuff. It's the reporting. It's the governance. It's all the advocacy we have to do inside the company. It's the supply chain and that stuff. It's the front-end stuff. It's the energy efficiency of our products. It's the product carbon footprint. It's the repairability, which people do care about whether or not they can repair something in their product. Sure. And they have a lot of conversation about that. It's the sustainable materials, those kinds of things. And then it's also what we talk about, which is kind of using that stack for impact. So how do you think about those things, and how do you use technology for good? So for us, that's end-to-end, the same way our company is end-to-end. So from a storytelling perspective, we did that on purpose. Our story shouldn't be any different at a high level. It's a business imperative, and it's integrated in everything that we do. And how I tell that internally is, I think a type of storytelling that I think is often underutilized and under-recognized for its power, which I refer to as executive storytelling.
Oh, what's that?
Oh, let me tell you. Executive storytelling is, I'm going to make it sound super cool, the executive summary slide. That's it. Executive storytelling, when you are trying to move the needle with a small group of very influential, very critical people who can make decisions that change entire supply chains and change things at scale.
Do you all know what an executive summary is?
You do now.
Okay. If you don't, it's the part that is on the front of the report that's shorter than anything else.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And you like that?
Oh, it is. So this is why I say it's underestimated and understood. I'm going to say it that way. Because it is the phrase that a friend of mine started using, and now we use it quite regularly, is saving the world one PowerPoint at a time. Because we all think about the ads, we all think about, see, they're nodding their heads because this is real. This is how change happens.
The bottom line up front.
The bottom line up front.
Yeah.
And it is one slide. If you don't nail the first slide and you don't provide them enough information, you have lost them. And all your backup and everything else is gone because they need that summary. They need to know why it's important for business, and heartstrings typically don't work. It might change their personal life, but it's not going to change their business decisions. So that executive summary, those very core bullet points that you put on this first slide that do not sound sexy are changing the world right now. They are the conversations in the boardrooms. They are the way you pull the story together in a compelling way to move businesses is truly, what is this event? Storytelling for survival. Like, I believe that it is a core way that we are going to survive all of this, is to bring businesses along, and the exec summary slide is the way to do it.
Josh, we're gonna wrap, and I'm gonna call Imani up here. We're gonna go to lunch. I lied. I said we'd come to questions. We want to get everybody to lunch. These guys are joining us for lunch, so you'll have an opportunity to see them there, sit at a table with them, that kind of thing, and you can engage the conversation there. But before we wrap, Josh, talk about how Next Era tells its story, and you know, because some people in some places say, oh, windmills kill birds, and you know, solar panels are ugly.
Yeah, well, we tell our story really one project at a time. I mean, the one thing that I love about this conference is how we talk about the story of Nexera, the story about renewables in general. The story we tell companies that, hey, if they want to hit their decarbonization goals, our renewable energy projects can provide that. Then to the community, hey, if you want economic benefits, you want this project to live and provide jobs, then we can provide that. And then to, even internally, we have to tell the story ourselves. You know, is this the right business investment? Is this the right business decision? Put a project here. So there's a lot of storytelling, and it just differs depending on the audience. By the end of the day, we want to get renewables done, and I think we're getting it done. So,
Artelia, last to you. The story that people are seeing about Ford and EVs right now, production is slowing down, orders are slowing down, Ford is reconsidering, Tesla sales are slowing, the early adopters have all bought it, but the mass market, well, not so sure, very uncertain. Is that the story as you see it?
No, it isn't. And I think what we're seeing here is really the challenge. It's the same adoption curve. Does everybody know what an adoption curve is? So it's the same pattern for any new technology. It's the same pattern that happened with personal computers. It's the same pattern that happened with cell phones. You have an early majority, an early adopter pool. They're comfortable with technology. They like to try new things. They like to be different. And those are the people that bought this first set of EVs, the EVs that Tesla's selling, the EVs that Ford was selling in our first generation, and even BYD if you look globally. Now we're on to the early majority of people. And this is a completely different challenge. And you have to communicate to that group of people in a completely different way. And so what we're trying to do is really course correct to the early majority to create the types of electric vehicles that they want to buy. And what is really exciting about this time is you're seeing companies learn as they go. We're learning on the job. We're building it as we're flying it. And so I think that's what's happening with EVs is there's this course correction to smaller, more affordable electric vehicles. There's a lot of reasons why that's good. Number one, some of the things Owen talked about, the water, the energy, the resources it takes to make big, heavy SUVs and trucks. But also, so that we can get more people on board earlier. If we can make the EVs smaller, more affordable, we'll be able to hit that bigger market of people that want to drive them. And this is the part that sort of makes me lose sleep at night is like, you know, when you think about the way people drive today in the United States, as an example, 95% of every trip that you take is less than 25 miles. So for a large majority of people, an electric vehicle could be a great option. And if we move quickly and get that segment of the transportation of the transportation system into EVs, we will see immediate benefits
So
to
the way
air
this should
and
work
water
is,
and public health.
So the way this should work is people can buy an EV, charge it through NextEra Solar, and track their behavior on a Dell computer.
That's excellent.
And we call that product
Yeah.
placement.
Yeah.
is what we-
It's called GPS.
Well done.
So they'll buy the EV
That's
with her
why
Dell
he's the
computer.
It's a Dell chip.
The
There'll
second
be a
last-
Dell chip in
It's
the
in all of our
console.
stuff.
Yeah, right. Last one to you, very quickly. I had somebody come to a class a few years ago. She worked with the Office of Science and Technology Policy at the White House. She was a scientist. And she said, we don't have a
And
science.
she's a she. Yay!
Of course she is. Of course she is.
Yep. And she said, we don't have a science problem. We have a communication problem.
100%.
Why is communication so important in the work that you do, to push sustainability forward?
I'd say the main reason I think that it's important is because there's a bias in this space in particular. And every tool that you can think of for storytelling is applicable here. And when I say that, I mean like The heartstring stuff, you can do that here and you should do that here. The data points, the proof, you should do that here, you should bring that here. The executive summary slide, you should do that here. The business aspects of it. Like every type of communication is incredibly relevant and necessary in this space because we're overcoming bias, that it's not good for business, that it's not real, that it's not something that we can afford or whatever it may be. There's just so much that we need every type of communication to move every type of person because they take it in differently. Those executives, they don't want the heartstrings, but the consumers often do. So I think it's the bias and
know
it's
your
the
audience.
Always know your audience and what you want them to walk away with, to
Absolutely.
do something, to understand something, to feel something, or to just listen to you the next time you come in the room, because sometimes that's what it is.
Cassandra, Josh, Artelia, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Imani, where's Imani? We'll get out of here and we'll turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. They'll be available at lunch, I think, so we'll see you there. Imani.
Yes, thank you. Well, I am in between you and food, so I will make this quick. Just a little bit about our afternoon and a couple of kind of housekeeping things. So we're going to have our Indigenous Student Correspondence Program. We're going to have Andrea Bruce, extraordinaire at National Geographic, photographer and storyteller. We're going to have a creativity panel, and then of course we're going to announce our Story Fest winners. But before we do all that, I want to welcome back to the stage very quickly Miss Anna Shaw.
Hello, so I'm here again on behalf of the GW Institute for Corporate Responsibility, the Textile Museum on campus, so definitely stop by if you have a chance, and Sustainable GW. And this week, they are launching their Circular Fashion Survey, which is displayed on the screen. And this is really in kind of coordination with Fashion Revolution Week that's kind of happening on the global scale, and it's really to understand kind of what are people's relationships with sustainable fashion, what factors influence their decisions, etc. And then the survey data that's collected here will really help build awareness to really help create an action program here for sustainable fashion at GW. So it's here on the screen, and it'll also be at the QR codes at the lunch tables that I'm sure you're excited to get to. So thank you.
Definitely make sure you're scanning and taking that survey. We really appreciate it. So at lunch, we'll be hearing from the brand new Executive Director of the Society of Environmental Journalists, Ms. Aparna Murkey. So follow the Planet Forward team. They're wearing these lovely green shirts to get across the street to the Grand Ballroom. It's on the 3rd floor of the University Student Center. And remember, please, that lunch is first come, first serve, and seats are limited. Enjoy. We'll see you this afternoon.
Attention, the program is about to resume. Please take your seats.
Hi, everybody.
Welcome back.
How was lunch?
Wasn't it good?
Did you like it?
I loved it. Who had the cabbage? Did anyone else see the cabbage? Wasn't it good? It's so
It was
delicious.
good. I like the veggies. I like the carrots.
I love it.
Yeah?
There's beets. It's amazing. Relish. If you all are wondering, the name is Relish. We like to shout that out. So
We relish that.
we do relish
Yeah, okay.
and relish. Dad joke. I didn't do it.
So welcome back, everybody. Super excited about the afternoon program. We're about to, in a little while, at the end of this part of the program, we'll announce the StoryFest winners. Where are our finalists in the room? Raise your hands, finalists.
Raise your hands.
All right, yay to the finalists.
Don't be shy. There.
We're going to, then we'll take a little break, and then we're going to have an exclusive airing of this documentary, Blue Carbon, which I think is going to really dazzle you. It'll be really cool, really cool.
That is true.
A couple of years ago, something started that we're especially proud of. Two students approached us at Planet Forward, one from GW, one from the University of Arizona.
They were Indigenous students who said they had an idea to create an Indigenous student correspondent program with Planet Forward, to extend this initiative to the communities and the people who were on this land first and who feel its changes the most.
Alexander Kutnoir and Jory LaFrance, could you stand, please, because these are our two geniuses who... So, Alexander was at George Washington University at the time. Jory is last year of your PhD program now? Last year of her PhD program at University of Arizona. Or University of Arizona, shout out, right? So we said to him, right, run with the idea, you know, play with it, develop it, come back to us, let us know. Well, they did that with spreadsheets and memos and timelines, and it actually was kind of a plan.
Absolutely.
We were blown away.
Yes.
And we supported it together with our partners at University of Arizona, and the Ilyachik Indigenous Student Correspondent Program was born.
Now, in its second year, this initiative engages young Indigenous students from across the country. They have workshops, learn from Indigenous experts, scientists, and storytellers.
They do remarkable things in their communities, researching, interviewing, gathering data, reporting, to highlight issues and people, but always reflecting Indigenous knowledge, culture, and history. We'd like to offer a special welcome to Torrin Anderson from the Indigenous Resilience Center at the University of Arizona, and Denise Ortega-Lorona from the Arizona Institute for Resilience. Are you in the room?
Hi.
Could you stand and wave? Let everybody see you. Thank you for all your help and partnership in making this amazing thing take place.
This year's correspondent team is incredible, and they've produced stories that do everything we've heard about today. They take us to a special place.
They use data, characters, images, video, and audio, and they develop amazing narratives.
You'll meet them in this video. Then Ivy Camille Vanabes-Susayo and the Ichthek Indigenous Correspondence Program mentor and editor will talk to you about their storytelling.
Yes, exactly. You'll meet them. So anyway, here's this video. It's a few minutes, and then you'll meet the group, and we'll leave.
So my story is about moose harvesting in Unama'ki, which is a northern Nova Scotia island.
Before the Indigenous correspondent, I didn't think I had a story.
Hello, my name is Najoni Talis. I'm a current grad student at the University of Arizona.
My name is Emiliano McLean. I am in the Agricultural and Extension Education Program at New Mexico State University.
So the Indigenous Correspondence Program is a 9-month program to provide mentorship, training, and support to emerging Indigenous writers in helping us to compose and tell stories about environmental issues that are happening in our communities or important to us.
So my story is about mapping wild rice lakes in northern Minnesota. That's something that's really personal to me because I am from the White Earth Band of Ojibwe in northern Minnesota. These issues are still really impacting people and their livelihoods as well. I think that it's really important to highlight that cultivation, in this case of wild rice, is really dependent on the land. It's really important to me to highlight that these issues are continuing to happen.
The traditional methods of our people, of our Native people, are oftentimes forgotten. And so there's a movement that's coming about to re-engage Indigenous knowledge.
Being a part of the monthly sessions that we held, it became like I looked forward to those meetings because of how much peace it gave me and how much it felt like being with family and friends.
My name's Eric Trujillo. I go to the University of Arizona. Growing crops and sustainable practices should, have a better impact on natives and our people, because if we were to focus on more traditional foods and a more traditional bit of a diet, it would probably work out better.
I spent 3 months there this fall working on this film, and it was just really cool and inspiring to see that Native people can hold these positions, and they do it, and they do it well. I am 1,000% certain that my video would not be as polished and refined as it is without the help of the coaches that we have.
Sometimes I feel like with programs like this, it's limited to journalist students. It's limited to people who have film experience or writing experience. And I just appreciate how open they were.
It helped me identify myself. Not that I had any issues with that, but I guess as a researcher, identifying helped me even when I talk to people now and telling them my interest in agrivoltaics, and I can even say, hey, I actually have a story.
I've benefited from so much of listening to Indigenous scientists, Indigenous researchers that are telling us how to enhance our story.
We're all from different backgrounds, different tribal nations, We all have different kinds of stories that we're trying to tell, and I love that. I wouldn't have written this story in this way right now without participating in this program.
Hi, y'all. All right, so first off, what we're gonna do is introduce ourselves, because traditionally when we introduce ourselves, it's in order to introduce ourselves to the land and to each other, to build relationships, to build what in Navajo we call ke, which is one of our founding things. So, Yat Esha AI Bikamamani Bistoyan Che, and
Bonjour, Mickey Nadezhnikas, Borewad Mikoyendao.
Yat Esha Ke Doshinash and Jointas, Sinashia.
Gway, Nina, we see Abi Hodasi Nanagay Pegasin.
Alrighty, so we're just gonna get into this, and if we have enough time, we'll try to take questions at the end. But we are native, so we do ramble. So we'll see how it goes. Okay, how does Indigenous storytelling interact with environmental sovereignty and with justice? We'll start with Mickey here.
Yeah, so this question makes me think of Daniel Heath Justice, who talks about why Indigenous literatures matter and asks us to look at 4 different questions when we're listening to or telling stories. I'm not going to remember all 4 of them, but one of them is that stories tell us how to be human. And they tell us how to be good relatives, and they tell us how to live together and how to be good ancestors. And so for me, that's super relevant to the idea of environmental sovereignty and addressing issues of climate change, because at the root of this human-made problem is who we are being as humans, and whether we're being good humans or we're not.
Yeah. All right. I love that. Hope we find out the rest of the questions at some point. Najani?
Yeah, I think Indigenous storytelling is so important, not to only bring our way of life and bring awareness to how we connect with our environment and where we're from, but also like to bring to light the injustice that happened to our communities and still happening to this day. And I think storytelling is so powerful that it brings your own lived experience into, so other people can understand that from your perspective, and that you're able to share it in like a fun way, but also in very educational way where people can also understand, because not everyone's the same, everyone's very different. So I think storytelling has that role, and it's very important. And yeah.
Sweet, and happy?
Yeah, I'd say that like, I can't speak on behalf of all Native people, but like for Mi'kmaq people, we are storytellers, and like we have dinners and they last like 4 or 5 hours because people just have so much to say. Mi'kmaq people, they love to make jokes and laugh, and I think that a lot of Native cultures, mine included, like rely on oral tradition and telling stories kind of like in an oral way. And a lot of that is transferred intergenerationally, which is really important, in the same way as like a lot of our stories, our creation stories is, like specifically have existed since the beginning of time. And like a lot of Indigenous people like come from, like have these beliefs, these stories that they come from various elements of nature and whatnot. So in the same way that those stories have existed since for centuries and centuries, so have our knowledge systems about the environment and the particular environments that we live in. Our knowledge outdates anything in this country, so it's important to listen to Indigenous stories and also listen to Indigenous voices when they say, hey, I know how to manage this environmental problem, we've been doing this forever. And in addition to that, we've also been adapting to changes, whether it's climate change or just other historic changes. We are a flexible and adaptable people, and I think that's something that's missing from our narrative a lot of the time.
Yeah. So these are some finalists. They have written some amazing stories, and I've been super lucky to be able to get like in-depth and personal along the way. And so we're gonna hopefully get you there with a few questions too. So Mickey, what changes would you like to see coming from your story?
Yeah, so my story, which is focused on beavers and babies and making home and how we learn from our relatives beavers. So there are very specific ways that I would love to see land managers and property owners shift the way that we think about this species in particular. Beavers are so looked at as a problem and a pest, And I think a lot of us walk through the world not understanding the historic and important contributions that they have made to the landscape and the role that they have in helping us to build resilient ecosystems. So there's some very specific like policy changes that I would love to advocate for, just for how we think about and interact with that species. But more broadly, I think for me, what's important about it is thinking about the relationship that we have with the Earth and the more than human world, and the movement that I think is absolutely required for us to shift from thinking about the Earth as resources that are ours for the taking, specific people's resources for the taking, let's be clear, and to start really thinking about what is our actual place in the Earth, and how do we know and understand and articulate that, and then how do we live in right relationship with the more than human world. And that is the question that drives me and has my whole life, and so much of what I want to see from my story and stories like it is each of us actually really thinking about what is that relationship that I have, and what am I taking, and what am I actually giving back in a reciprocal sort of way.
Yeah, all right, beautiful. I love your beavers and babies. Beavers and babies. All right, and Najoni, what inspired you to tell your story on Pinion?
Yeah, so I think when I was really trying to think of a story to do for Plant It Forward, I was like, okay, let me think of something that is applicable, but also something that I've been seeing dwindling because of climate change. And one of that was Pinion pine. So it's like tree species found within the southwestern region. And I grew up picking pinions with my family, and I've had relatives, my grandma before then, generations, we all picked pinions. And I was like, that's such a great story to tell, and also to bring awareness to the impact that climate change is having on pinion pine. And really acknowledging not only like the data behind the impact of the pinion pine and how climate change is like impacting that, but also bringing in the cultural stories, the cultural significance, and also how multifaceted the pinion pine is. Not only is it providing a food source, but also the the resin or the sap provides like a coating for pottery makers, but also like acknowledging that it's a communal thing. It's part of who we are. It's part of food gathering. So really bringing in that food sovereignty aspect of that story was really important. And I just wanted to bring awareness to that and really get different perspectives from community members, from my own family, but also from federal agencies, and seeing like what are they doing to help ensure that pinion pine is continuing to prosper in like different regions, because the Park Service has a role to play in that. And I'm really passionate in bringing representation within that agency and other agencies, especially within management planning and things like that. So yeah, just that really inspired me to create this story and to bring awareness to what is happening. And also pinion pine is so, or just the nut in general is like amazing. If you guys haven't had pinions, I highly recommend you try it. It's super tasty. My family or in Diné culture, we like to like salt it and roast it, and all various other tribal communities and indigenous communities also use pinion. So it spans all different stories, but that's kind of what inspired me to do my story on pinion pine.
Sweet. And Abby, why is it so important to be telling the story now?
In my film, I kind of talk about food sovereignty similarly, but just in a different way. So moose harvesting, like we haven't had moose populations like in the middle of the 1900s, and it was really hard for our community because we have, for generations upon generations, harvested moose, and moose are massive animals. They can feed an entire community, and some of the communities on Cape Breton Island in Nova Scotia have some of the like highest rates of childhood poverty and like food insecurity. So when a hunter brings back a moose, that feeds the community for weeks. And there's a lot of perceptions of Mi'kmaq hunters as being like, there's just all these stereotypes that are just ingrained in Canada's fabric as a society, being just riddled with white supremacy and colonialism and racism and injustice. And I think that non-native hunters or just non-native people in Unama'ki will look at Mi'kmaq hunters and harvesters with just like this distaste, if that makes sense. So it's not just moose. We have dwindling populations in our salmon, in our oysters, in our, like a big thing that we're dealing with right now is elvers, or like baby eels, premature eels, because there's a market for it, and but it's really, really dangerous to harvest premature organisms. So I guess the timeliness of my story is there are just many Mi'kmaq fishermen and hunters who have dealt with racism from like the Department of Fisheries and Oceans in Canada. About 2 months ago, I had a member from my community and a member from another community were accosted by DFO and forced to walk miles, like in their soaking wet socks on the Nova Scotia highway. Their boots were taken, their phones were taken, and this was like 2 months ago. So like these instances of racism happening to Native people are not a relic of the past. It is still happening. So I think going forward as a storyteller, there's a lot more of these stories that need to come to light, because it's completely inseparable from like our sovereignty and our food sovereignty.
Yeah, all right. So you kind of answered this, but I also want a little bit more. In Native culture, community is built through storytelling, and how we tell histories is through storytelling, and how we talk about science is through storytelling. And so do you have an instance specifically with this story that maybe something inspired you, or a specific moment that really inspired you there?
Yeah, so when I was, like a lot of that film that you saw was my cousin works for the Eskasoni Fish and Wildlife Commission as a land guardian, so his job is basically to just like go and collect medicines, like keep track of populations and make sure everything's the way it's supposed to be going. And he took me on a moose hunt, and we didn't end up harvesting a moose, but we saw a baby moose with like 2 bulls that like looked like maybe the bulls had taken the moose in. And I was with his coworker and his coworker's son, whose name was Jordan Jeech, and he was 7 years old, and he was like, "Daddy, like shoot the moose, let's get the moose." And he had to like sit him down and be like, "Son, like if I kill this moose, what happened? Like this moose won't be able to grow up, and then you won't be able to harvest this moose when it is like in its most prosperous state to offer the most meat." And it was interesting to watch Jordan just like just sit there and be like, like kind of just like learning about like what it means to be an intergenerational group of people who are looking out for our descendants as well as what our ancestors did.
Yeah, and Najoni, I know you interviewed several people for your film and really got involved within the community. Do you have any instances that really stood out to you?
Yeah, I think of interviewing my Che, that was really awesome, because I mean, you don't really go up to your Che and just be like, "Hey, you have any stories about pinyon picking," or even anything in that realm. So that was really awesome to see what kind of stories he was able to share. He only really speaks Navajo, so it was like kind of challenging to kind of bridge that language gap a little bit, but it was also very inspiring because he had a lot to say about how he would pick it, and he'll use it when he's sheep herding up in the mesas and things like that. So it's very awesome to be able to see like different generations have different experiences and different stories to tell based on when they were, my age or younger. And I think that really speaks to just the concept of pinyon picking in general, because you don't just pinyon pick by yourself. You're usually pinyon picking with your cousin, your sister, your brother, your grandma, like it's more of like a family affair, and it just brings people together. And even when you're picking, you're sharing stories right then and there about what is happening in life. You can also see like the changes in the pinyons too. Are they getting smaller, larger? And most times, like just recently, like there's just not enough pinyons in different regions that are happening, that are like being produced now just because of drought. And one thing I learned from just doing interviews and just talking to different people is like understanding like the size of the pinyon is really dependent on the precipitation that tree gets. So really seeing that difference and seeing not only the culture and stories that are attached to pinyon picking, but also understanding like the environmental factors that are playing a role into that. And just hearing that from different people that I was able to interview was very like inspiring, but also was like, okay, now what do we have to do now to really move forward into thinking of solutions? And yeah.
Yeah, I love it. And Nikki, yours is the only one that was written up here from this. And so I imagine that your storytelling aspect with that was different. Were there any moments within the community or maybe with your own life that really inspired and were taken from this?
Yeah, so I didn't grow up in a reservation community. I didn't grow up harvesting traditional food and medicine. That was not part of my experience growing up. And so I have been learning a lot of my stories and other stories as an adult. And I did my undergrad at a tribal college in Washington, Northwest Indian College, and got into my learning about beavers by researching more about salmon navigation, how salmon do the amazing thing that they do in traveling thousands of kilometers back home. And there's a story from one of the tribes in the Pacific Northwest about Coyote remaking the Columbia River and deciding that he wanted to take Beaver's daughter as his wife. He found her attractive even though she had really big teeth. Good. I appreciate that you all are laughing because you should be. For me, there is a capacity for humor that is a important part of Indigenous storytelling that I feel like can get missed, especially in like scholarly articles and interpretations of them by white people. And for me, I'm so inspired by my daughter, who is hilarious, and the perspective that she brings into the world. And when I am trying to tell stories, I want not just to like hit us in our gut about the things that are important to us, like my daughter and the future that she has to look forward to, but to also engage our other senses, like laughter and humor, because I think that's part of what teaches us to be whole humans who bring all of our capacities and our love and our passion to what it is that we are facing, because what we're facing is grim and awful and soul-crushing at times. But part of what we get to bring is that love and appreciation. And my daughter, who's 2 and loves finding the biggest stick in the park that she can find, like she shows me how to bring that love and passion and humor to what it is that I try to do.
Oh, I love that. Well, guys, we are at the end here. And fun little anecdote, I had braces when I was younger, and the orthodontist actually told me that I had Neanderthal teeth, as all natives do, because we have large teeth. So I personally really love that Coyote story, because I'm apparently pretty with my big teeth. Anyways, thank you so much, Ahiahet.
Thank you very much. That was great. Amazing. So let some folks who are coming in get settled. But I'm really excited about our next presentation and discussion. So how many people in here have a cell phone or a smartphone? You know, a smartphone? Can you take it out? Can you hold it up? While you're holding it up, can you take a picture of me in my amazing dress, or of yourself? This is like my theme for those who have been here. Terrace is like, I remember. Emily's like, I know. And so you just told a story, right? Or did you? Maybe, maybe not. We take pictures every day. And if you're someone like myself who has kids, you probably take a ton of pictures. If you have an animal or a dog, you probably take even more pictures. And we walk around with these incredible devices. We can zoom, we can do portraits, lighting, color. And when it comes to these stories, the planet is truly a palette. It's beautiful, it's bountiful, but at times it's also ominous and ugly. Images capture all of it, and we take people to the places they never imagined, and often they will never visit. Photos tell us stories. No place does that better than National Geographic, which has been doing discovery, science, research, stories, and people since 1888. To show us how to turn a picture into a story, I am pleased to introduce Andrea Bruce. Show it up. I think so. She is a photographer, artist, writer, educator who focuses on the planet, democracy, and the aftermath of war. She captures social issues that are often overlooked. Her work is powerful, and it tells stories. I will let you take over, and then I'll come back and we'll have a discussion. So get those questions ready. And Andrea, thank you so much.
Thank you, Imani. And thank you all, Frank, all of you for having me here. It's been such a pleasure to even just, wow, the energy of this place. As soon as I walked through the doors, it's so impressive. So, so thank you for allowing me to be part of this discussion, the conversation. So I've spent most of my career covering conflict and natural disasters, living overseas in Iraq, Afghanistan, Israel, and Mexico. My purpose as a photojournalist is to get people to pay attention. And every day, as Frank said, trying to go beyond the noise, that becomes harder and harder. One thing that has become apparent to me is that stories don't exist in a bubble. They overlap and spill into many other topics. Issues about our planet or the climate crisis are directly related to so many things, namely politics, policy, and increasingly war. But I'm going to tell you a different story. I wear many hats, but primarily I'm a photographer for National Geographic. And about 5 years ago, my editor called, and I still get like goosebumps whenever I get a call from National Geographic. You never know what kind of crazy adventure is around the corner. And he said, Andrea, we want you to do a story on open defecation. Right. Using the bathroom in the open. That is what that is. And I said, of course. I'm your person, and I've been thinking so much about open defecation lately. And so here I am today, taking you on a deep dive into the topic of open defecation to give you storytelling takeaways, possibly guidelines, through this one story. And obviously this is an uncomfortable topic, and that became a problem for scientists, politicians, and anyone trying to spur positive change in this realm. How do we make the uncomfortable or the boring or the unimaginable, how do we make them something that people will pay attention to? Oh, wait, I need this. Forward. Did it go? No. Ah! Someone tell me what I'm doing wrong. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. When I'm faced with any story, this is the first thing I do. I research with a wide net. Lead with curiosity and open-minded inquiry. This always leads to unexpected things like, guess who else is interested in open defecation? If it works. Jason Bourne, or Matt Damon. Matt Damon eventually became involved with this National Geographic story. Also, Toilet, the Bollywood film. The Indian government is also really into stopping open defecation. They realize that having a healthy population through proper sanitation also creates a healthy workforce. This is important because, of course, everything in the end is about money. The Indian government supported movies like this to help them with their countrywide goal of ending open defecation. Okay, so research leads to story scope. verbalizing the why behind any story. And I love that this has been like a big topic of conversation all day. It is the big question, like the why. Reporter Elizabeth Roit and I found that this story is really about clean drinking water. So, in words, defecating in the open is as old as humankind. As long as population densities were low and the earth could safely absorb human waste, it caused few problems. But as more people gathered in towns and cities, we gradually learned the link between hygiene and health, and in particular, the importance of avoiding contact with feces. Today, nearly 950 million people still routinely practice open defecation. And in 2015, the United Nations called for an end to open defecation by 2030. Diseases caused by poor sanitation and unsafe water kill some 1.4 million people per year, more than measles, malaria, and AIDS combined. So I think, go back a couple, I don't know what's happening, there we go. So we traveled to India, where people, mostly women, go to great lengths, sometimes a day-long hike, to find drinkable water. Here, out of desperation, villagers take water from a broken water main that brings clean water to a military base. And then we traveled to Haiti. Here, cholera, natural disasters like Hurricane Matthew, and a lack of sanitation systems created a trifecta of misery. In the 2010s, over 10,000 people in Haiti died of cholera linked to open defecation. And then in Vietnam, a success story because it's a country that has more resources. Now, many small villages like this one have been deemed open defecation free. The Vietnamese government enforced toilet usage throughout the country. Okay. So, what are the themes within the scope? Next, the food contamination. If you think about a village of 800 people, they use the bathroom in the fields surrounding their home at least twice a day. And this food becomes contaminated. Sick kids miss school, and so do menstruating girls whose schools lack a clean and safe toilet. So here, girls line up first thing in the morning in a school that has no working toilet. Many girls drop out of school when they start their period because the schools lack toilets and therefore privacy. And safety. Women often make these bathroom excursions in the dark with girlfriends and female relatives sometimes because they feel vulnerable to sexual violence and fearful of wild animals like tigers. Who knew? And here, water in Sabalia village, people use contaminated water for many things, including brushing their teeth. And back in Haiti, as I said before, a country, the lack of countrywide resources and systems is often paired with natural disasters here. And Rose, who if you go back one, Rose, who attempts to clean what is left of her home in the mountains of southern Haiti just weeks after Hurricane Matthew. Waste travels down the mountains into the rivers and streams that people used for drinking water. In Vietnam, cities and rural towns, running water and toilets exist because it was strictly enforced. So during every step of the process, I'm thinking about the cliches to avoid and representation, often collaborating with the people in these photos. I ask them, what do you think would be important to photograph? What would you like people around the world to know about your life? And am I getting this right? Also, National Geographic is a magazine known for beauty. And then there's this story. And I think a lot about how to show beauty while still representing the situation accurately. Another way to avoid cliches and compassion fatigue is to look for solutions. And I love that's another focus of this day, or the summit. So local solutions, especially in places with few resources like India, are ideal. Gram Vikas is an organization in southern India that provides running water for homes if they build their own working toilet. These improvements save women miles of walking to water sources and significantly reduce the incidence of waterborne diseases. Also in India, the government sends out community-led sanitation workers like Sarala here. And they explain how feces circulates through the town on the legs of flies, in water and in dust. They triggered disgust within the community in order to convince the community to stop defecating in the open, which is basically like shaming them. But it works. After Sarala talked to this village, they voted in favor of using toilets instead of open defecation. Here in a game, much like musical chairs, children are taught how to use toilets, something completely new to them. And here in the corner of the frame, way down there, you can see another government-supplied toilet in the crowded city of New Delhi. So community toilets are one answer to India's lack of toilets, but without a system for maintenance and cleaning, open defecation remains a health problem. These 4 women are waiting for the one open working stall to use. And this is why it's hard to get people to use toilets, right? Like, who wants to wait in a smelly place when you could use a cornfield? And it's a tough, tough public health message to get through. In Haiti, an international organization called Soil has also accomplished a lot. They hired local people to collect refuse from composting toilets and distribute new composting toilets. The waste is then composted at the soil composting site and given to local farmers. And here you can see the compost toilet in the corner of this family's home. So much of Vietnam's success was spearheaded by the schools. Those schools built in the past 10 years were required to have indoor plumbing, and rituals of hand cleaning were mandatory. The children then brought these habits home, which is really cool. Running water has even been supplied to remote villages in Vietnam through a government that has more resources and more power. So, get to the heart of the story. Find visuals that go beyond process. And this is an important one, I think, for anyone who is science-based or who doesn't consider themselves a photographer. Simply making a picture only does so much. A photograph can be a feeling, a moment, a connection. Sometimes a photograph can answer questions, and sometimes it makes us ask more questions, and that's okay. So here, where is he going? What is he doing? Photos invite people to read the story. This man is gathering people in his village for a meeting about the issue of open defecation. Photos can bring us close to people, making us eager to read about what Sarala here is saying, like in reading. And photography can introduce you to unsung heroes like Exilian Sanat. Here in Haiti, there are a few outlets for proper sanitation, even in the capital. Men like Exilian are the sanitation system. He and other Bayaku work at night to avoid public scorn, emptying pit latrines. With his hands and a bucket, he collects the waste in bags and dumps the bags into ditches or canals. Photos show empathy, intimacy, and touch. A mother's hands and a sister's care. Photos can highlight the small stories that bring you closer to the larger issue, making it personal. These sisters study on the foundation of their home, which was destroyed in Hurricane Matthew, and only the doorframe remains. But somehow, look at the pressed school uniform and those beautiful bows, and they're studying. I mean, it's an amazing story, each and every one. And this church was swept away by the hurricane that exacerbated Haiti's sanitation problems. But their church is more than a building. It's the people, and it didn't disrupt their services. Also, embrace creative curiosity. So beyond your curiosity about the topic itself, like, how else can we, explore doing this? All of you have smartphones. Smartphones are great tools. You don't have to have a professional camera to do it. This led me to an old 4x5 speed graphic film camera, which is me in Haiti right there. And for this story, my editors and I decided we would pay homage to the almighty toilet. And we would travel around the world and lugging this camera from place to place. We found in remote areas. You can go to the next. And we published a grid of photographs of toilets, a different take on this story. So, here's the list. Research with a wide net. Identify why the story is important. Think about your audience and representation. Find the central themes. Look for solutions. Get to the heart of the story and embrace creative curiosity, all in photos or visual storytelling or whatever storytelling fits your mode, so that we can get people to pay attention. So thank you.
That was awesome. That was so good. Thank you. That was absolutely incredible, Andrea. Thank you so much for sharing your really stunning, really profound, and really provocative work. And so I have one quick question, and then we have runners who are available, and so we're gonna be turning to the audience to get those questions ready. But I would like to know, as someone who has a bachelor's degree in photography, very technical, very dark white, very on film, can you talk a little bit about the composition choices that you use? And so everything from using your original film camera to your digital camera, but thematically throughout your images that you shared here today, we noticed really amazing composition choices. So how do you frame a scene for your audience?
Wow. I guess it depends on the actual situation that you're in. I'm a people person. So I become very close and I spend lots of time with the people that I photograph.
Before you even start taking photos?
Sometimes, yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, for sure. Yeah. I might have the camera on my shoulder so that people know why I'm there and who I am, and make sure that being a journalist is always kind of present in their mind. Mm-hmm. But I spend a lot of time so that they know who I am, how their photos will be seen, and get to know, like, as close to the truth as possible, mm-hmm. what's going on in their lives. So I lead with people and feelings, emotions, and that's the focus. And then there's light. Mm-hmm. So light mm-hmm. comes in and that gives you more of a feeling and an emotion, whether it's the light that comes in through the doorway and kind of sways a curtain back and forth, or the light on someone's face for any reason, even right now with your face, your beautiful face.
And then,
so I actually lead with those things more than composition. I'm probably mm-hmm. not as much a technical photographer. Sure. I'm not into to that as much. I go more on gut and feeling.
Amazing. And then you said light, and even the absence of light, because that really compelling photo that you took of the gentleman in Haiti working, I'm assuming, which was probably pitch darkness.
Yeah.
And you were able to, with whatever available light, really frame his face in not only a humanizing, but also this endearing sort of way. And that was incredible. So thank you. We can nerd out about this later. But I do want to turn it to the audience. If there's a question. Yes, sir. If you could just stand up and tell us your name and where you're from. And we want the mic, please.
Yes? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Andrea. I'm Paul Leone. I'm a junior at George Washington University studying environmental science. And thank you so much for sharing this project with us. That level of intimacy and emotional connection that you struck with the photos around the issue area was really profound. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'm wondering, you kind of touched on this in what you just said with going with your gut feeling when you're interacting with the community to try and really capture those emotionally intimate moments that are respectful of the community itself. I'm wondering if you could just talk more about the assignment process for something like a Nat Geo story, whether you, like what research is involved beforehand and whether you go into the community with a shot list in mind, or is it truly just that gut intuition that you follow as you get to know the place that you're going to be telling the story of?
Okay, yeah. I mean, so assignments don't come so readily when you're a freelancer. I think a lot of it is pitching, like pitching story ideas all the time. And then there are grant proposals all the time. I feel like I'm almost a grant writer more than I am a photographer.
Absolutely.
And then there's the assignments, and that is like, wow, okay, great. You know, I have this assignment, but they don't give you usually a lot of information, especially at National Geographic. Something that I love about working for them is that they respect us photographers as researchers, journalists. We do the heavy lifting behind our stories. And there is a lot of, fact checking and all, but we do a lot of the heavy work, which isn't the case for most publications. I think some people have this misconception that a photographer isn't as smart or as knowledgeable as a reporter when we're, half the team, if maybe the whole team. So then you get the assignment, and like I said, I do this wide it's kind of a fun way of researching, just like go in every direction possible, because you never know when those little nuggets are going to come in handy.
Right.
And then that directs you to where you should go. And then the big question with National Geographic is, where do you go? I really wanted to bring the United States and Canada into this discussion as well, but we didn't have the budget for it. And unfortunately, this is also a topic where countries that have fewer resources unfortunately suffer more. So there's that. So you have to decide where you're going, and then the stories beyond that. And I do have a list. I do mind maps. I'm a crazy mind map person. So I love mind maps that kind of get you going in all the directions, all the feelings, all the things I'm looking for, but usually most of that kind of just gets my mind going. And then when I get there and I'm on the ground, I go by curiosity. You ask one person, you spend time with one family, then they tell you about something else that's happening. So it's kind of that paired with a lot of research and a lot of groundwork before you get there.
Sound like very anthropological.
Sorry, yeah.
As well. I love that. We have time for one more question. Yes, ma'am.
Sure.
So let's just for our people on the live stream, since they didn't have the mic. So looking at how do you, as a journalist, get into a space that you might not be familiar with, they might not know the community, and get them to trust you with their stories?
Sure. So India is a place I've spent a lot of time in before. So I did know a lot of communities, a lot of villages before, and they know me. So that was a little bit easier of a place to go. Haiti, I didn't know as well. And so usually what I do is I meet people who live there, and I ask them a lot of questions, and usually they help introduce me to more people who know more than I do. And then you go on that kind of trail of curiosity. But I think the key to being allowed into people's homes and into like a very intimate thing that happens in people's lives is to be honest. I tell people exactly what I'm doing. I get to know them. I ask lots of questions. And it's a big world. I think that people also appreciate sometimes not being invisible. Like, you know, people are interested in my life. My life is interesting. That's cool. So, but all of that is, most of photography, I think, is based on time. The time to really listen and sit down with people and learn about people's lives, being open. So.
Amazing. Well, let's give another round of applause for Andrea. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I will turn it over to my colleague. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrea and Imani. A really important point at the end. Great last question there. Whatever kind of reporting and storytelling you're doing, when you go into another place, another community, step across cultural lines, the respect that you need to take, the listening that you need to do, the understanding you need to have before you go there is imperative, because otherwise you're an interloper and you're going to have much less opportunity for success. Before we go to a next panel, I just want to do a quick moment of thanks, if I may, to the people who have made this day possible and made all of this possible. For those of you who are correspondents who have published on Planet Forward, you know Kim Osi, who runs the joint, and you know Elena, who's in the back, and I don't know if Aaron's in the room, but wave and thank you. Aaron's upstairs. Thanks, Aaron. Aaron Dye. Annalise Palmer, who's worked with many of you, who's in the back. Thanks, Annalise. We have an incredible group of students who work with us, and let me tell you, without the students, we'd all be sunk. Right, Kim? Yes. So I want to thank Chambers Miller, Caitlin Evans, Daria Anastasia, and Alina Fayaz for all the work that you've done. And other students who volunteered, come through. And by the way, we have interns who join us from some of our other schools from time to time. So if you're interested, talk to Kim or one of the folks with a shirt on, a Planet Forward shirt on. We heard Andrea here a moment ago mention creativity and how to take creativity in the process. Part of our title here, right, is creativity and storytelling to save the planet. And creativity comes because it's creativity in lots of different shapes and colors. We heard creativity in the ideas and the efforts at solutions. Creativity in the people we bring together and the research we try. Creativity in how we do the storytelling itself. So that's what we're going to talk about now. What is it? Why does it matter? We have tools that help us be more creative. We work closely with Adobe, and one of my favorite storytelling platforms is Adobe Express, because it allows us to do remarkable visual storytelling and use all the tools. This is one of the stories, as you can see, that is Rising Tides in DC. Captured the photographs and the images of the cherry blossoms here. And the cherry blossoms, as you may know, are coming out earlier because of climate change. It's warmer sooner. And we have rising tides. What Adobe Express allows you to do with visual storytelling is mix imagery and video and sound and text and layer them over one another. And you can be, with very little experience, a brilliant visual storyteller. So I just want to call that out, because as we go into this, and by the way, this is by Paul Leone. Paul, where's Paul, right? Who just asked that great question. This is what we're talking about now. So we're going to hear now from 3 students who brought remarkable creativity to their storytelling. And the conversation will be led by an extraordinary person and someone who's become a great friend of Planet Forward. She now serves on its advisory council, and this is Michelle McCauley. She's the provost at Middlebury College. True confessions, full disclosure, that's where I went, that's where my wife went, 2 of our kids went there, okay. Have some friends here who went there. And it's a great place. But one of the things that Middlebury is doing now is it's making a very strong statement around sustainability. It has a whole Energy 2028 program where it's moving to fully renewable energy. And you're in Vermont, you're in place. And so these pieces come together. But Michelle is also a remarkable person, scholar, and storyteller herself. She and her husband have done environmental cartooning. I like to say to my students, push the envelope. And I would actually rather see you fail creatively than succeed conventionally. Give it a try, like really push. So, please welcome Michelle McCauley, Micah Scott from Tuskegee University, Joy Reeves from Duke University, and Chris Zatarain from the University of Arizona. Michelle, over to you.
Thank you all. And thank you, Frank, for the shout out, Middlebury, and the initiative that you have here in the Alliance. I think it's a great partnership. We're so excited about everything that GW is doing around the environment and sustainability. This is just amazing. And Planet Forward being here today, wow, sorry. So I told these folks this is really a conversation, and this is not the usual place I am in. I'm usually in a class, so I'm just going to have a conversation and we're going to see what happens. This point, we talked earlier today and we really covered, we know the science and have known the science for a long time. It really is, to what you said, Frank, it's communication, right? This is our challenge. And communication is not just the facts, although what beautiful data visualizations we saw today, and that power in being able to take and help people understand what is a megawatt, what does it mean, but also how do we see the changes in climate over time. Amazing and creative, but we think about that touches our, in some sense, our awe and our emotion. And I think that this is what the artists and the creators here that we're going to talk about have done just an exceptional job with today. So as I think about the psychology of understanding and storytelling and really reaching in to kind of what and why, I'm looking forward to hearing what you think. And I'd like to cue up Micah's piece here. And what I'm just like you to do is to we'll just frankly take a moment to be contemplative. And before you start, I want everybody to just look at this. It's amazing.
Oh, thank you.
And Micah, if you could tell us a little bit about your inspiration for this and what you hope it inspires, I would love for you to share.
I'm happy to share. Well, back in February, I went to the Dearborn Henry Ford Motor Company, and there we went to their electric vehicle factory and plant where I saw their electric vehicles, their batteries, and a bunch of things that I really didn't understand, but I knew that carbon emission is bad. So that's pretty much what I had got from it, but that really wasn't what got me in. I mean, of course, we all know Ford Motor Company and exactly what they do, but the fact is that we know Ford Motor Company. I'm familiar, of course, with the idea of Ford Motor Company, Henry Ford, and just their history in general. Like everybody knows Ford. And from Texas, we all know Ford because of pickup trucks. So I was very familiar with Ford, but when I was there were a lot of things that I didn't recognize. And that's pretty much what I was, okay, I don't know too much about this, but I wanted to know more about it. So what it really got me was when we went to the Henry Ford Museum. And there, of course, was cars, but it got really good when I saw somebody that I did recognize. And that was George Washington Carver. And I tell people all the time, if there's one George Washington that I know well, it's Carver. Like, he's that guy, especially being a student at Tuskegee. We know George Washington Carver. We know him well. He taught at our university for over 50 years. He was the director of agriculture, and he lived there, he died there, he's buried there. everything is pretty much centered around him, especially being at Tuskegee, the pinnacle of agriculture, and him being one of the greatest, if not the greatest, agricultural scientists that ever existed. So when I got there and I seen him, I said, "What are you doing here, George? Like, what are you doing here?" But then I was like, he's here because of why I'm here, about sustainability, and really just to just connect that story. So when I went there and I seen him, it was really full circle for me because Henry Ford actually came to Tuskegee to learn about sustainability. And when I had seen the poster at the museum, it was basically talking about George Washington Carver and how he basically was there to visit their laboratory for soybeans. I'm like, soybeans, cool. And then I realized that wasn't the full story. That innovation that Ford had wasn't just him visiting, it was him helping, experimenting, and creating that innovation. And one thing that stuck to me was why George Washington Carver didn't work at Ford, why he didn't work with Thomas Edison, who had asked, was because he said that he didn't want to work at these corporations because those accreditations wouldn't go to his people or himself, but they would go to that. And I saw that when I went there and I said, George Washington Carver just visiting. No, this guy was out here working. Henry Ford made him a laboratory there. Their friendship went very deep. So that's pretty much what inspired me. It was the fact that I recognized who wasn't recognized, and that was the George Washington Carver. And it helped me create this mural. We'll probably get into it later, but those pictures are actually from our university archive. We have one of the largest and most historic archives, actually partnered with the Smithsonian here, and we have the largest and most completed lynching records of any college university, and we are a National Historic Site. So a lot of history with that being said, and being in a rural Tuskegee, Alabama, I know soil, I know farming, not too much, but I know there are some really, really big deals. So I created this piece to basically do an ode to George Washington Carver and his contributions to sustainability, and also his unique friendship with Henry Ford. And all those intricate details are what I also had hand drew. So that's it.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. And I just want to pull out the full circle, right? And the recognition of where we all, the history that is built, and also sometimes the history that's taken away and not acknowledged, right? And so that friendship with Ford is amazing and wonderful, and now celebrating George Washington Carver's view, right? And work and effort that really leads to sustainability. I was going to ask you just for a moment of how you decided what your process was for the composition of where you chose and how you chose to set this up.
It was long, and art for me, it kind of, I don't want to say there's never a consistent time period, because sometimes it takes 2 weeks, sometimes it takes a day. It really just depends. But with this one, there was so many details and such a story that I had to capture, because we have an archive with so many pictures, so many actual letters. And I think that was also a hard part, is the fact that I was working with the archives with the pictures. So there's a lot more that I could have had, but because they're constantly preserving certain things, like the actual letters they had, I couldn't get them because they were restoring them. So I was like, man, I got to set it with pictures. Pictures are great. That's cool. But my first part was actually drawing. Drawing, it was the funnest part, but the hardest part. And I remember the first thing I drew was a peanut, because George Carver is known for peanuts. And when I was showing everybody, they was like, I was like, what does it look like to you? They were thinking big, like, it symbolizes the economic state of the world right now. I'm just like, try again. And they're like, it's a peanut. I said, always go simple. It's a peanut. It's just a peanut. Then I put wheels on. I said, it's a peanut car. And that was just my ongoing bit about just like George Washington Carver. And people know him as the peanut guy, So that was the first thing I did. So I did all that. Then I scanned it, because I'm like, I'm not cutting up these masterpieces. So I scanned it. I cut everything up. And then I got the pictures from the archives and their reservoir. Forgive me if I'm saying it wrong, but I got the pictures, and it was just this idea of placing it first. So before I had glued anything down, it was putting things strategically and making sure that it told some type of intricate story of George Washington Carver. And then I also have like tidbits of newspaper articles about him being the foremost scientist just in the world, and just his contributions. And then some actual pictures of him doing art. I thought that was beautiful too, because not only is he a scientist, he's a creative. So he was painting and knitting, and I also incorporated that because, science is also art, So I put it in there.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Thank you.
No problem.
Science is art always, right? All right. I lean that way. Thank you so much. Well, Joy, we're gonna bounce to a very different type of medium. Can we get up Joy's work? Yes, and I am, so I'm gonna offer the same question to you, which is a little bit of what inspired you here, and then also cartooning, as we share, right? people don't always understand what you're trying to do with cartooning. So can you tell us a little bit about your inspiration for this and your process?
Definitely. Thank you, Michelle, and thank you, Micah. That was wonderful. Yeah, so I'm Joy. I'm a graduating Master of Environmental Management student at Duke University, and I'm also a climate cartoonist, so I'm thrilled to be on this panel with you, Michelle. And I've grown up making comics for a very long time, and I do think there's always been this stigma around comics that they are frivolous pop culture items at best. But I've really found that comics are a way to hybridize text and visuals in a way that instantly engages people and can really inspire change. I've seen it happen. I've seen how loud comics and zines can be in the activism space. So for my piece, I wrote about the North Carolina Environmental Justice Network in the state where I go to school. I've worked with them in the past, and they started a project that actually empowers local community members to collect spider webs and use them to monitor air pollution in their neighborhoods, especially where federal monitoring falls short in a lot of cases. And so I created a comic over the course of several days with a few weeks prior of research and asking questions about these spider parties, or spider hunts as they're called. And it's really incredible. You have days where families go out and have a potluck together, hunt for spider webs, learn about what pollution is happening in their communities, where it's coming from. And I thought it lended itself quite naturally to a comic. And yeah, if you have the chance to read it, it's about 8 pages and it's up on the Planet Forward website. It was an absolute pleasure to create.
Thank you. One of the things, so my husband and I do a comic called Hurry Up Please It's Time. If you do Hurry Up Please It's Time comic, and I think the Hurry Up Please makes sense from where we're at. And sometimes we would go to Comic-Con's early days, which was not the right fit for a science comic, by the way. But once we were there with someone who had a basically zombies on both sides of us, and a little child came up to our comic and was coming towards, and the father said, no, don't go there, that's not for us. And so your point on thinking about how do you take these and bring people in a way that's not, that's approachable and not emotionally polarizing, I think is really cool, and using the webs is just brilliant. So I think we'll all check that out. Let's go a little bit to Chris. And Chris, you are now a completely different modality here in art and creative, where you're bringing in music and vision. And can we cue this up? And then we're going to come back to all of these. And we'll listen.
The 3 large cisterns on the property, long dry, grown, waiting to be fed. And we're all looking forward to the extra water. I see Pequeño crouching outside through the window. I watch him sneak 1, 2 tiny tomatoes from under the black shade cloth. Wild chiapas, blushing sunset from viney bushes. Mi hijo, protector of seedlings, how I see myself in you. I too found peace among plants in a world on fire.
And so how long is this piece?
So the piece runs for about 12-ish minutes. It is 3 short stories. I wanted to take segments of, and this is climate fiction, of course. This is, I wanted to tell 3 different perspectives, people living in different areas of the place I'm from, which is Tucson, Arizona. And I really wanted to, and you know, that means that each character only gets about like 3 minutes or so I have to be really, you know, deliberate with what I'm trying to convey about that person's, you know, existence and their life and what that might look like.
So this is not your first venture into this modality of the multimedia.
Right, I'm a little bit of an experimental artist. My background is in Western classical music. I'm an oboe player. Some of you might remember I performed on this stage last year, right after lunch. It was a good time. So, you know, but I consider myself a multimodal artist as it is. I'm also a still photographer. I grew up doing visual arts, and I'm very involved in the art scene in Tucson and at my school, and collaboration is another big part of that. When I can't do something, usually I want to find somebody who can. And so this piece, for example, originally I was going to do it all myself, But instead, I decided to call up a friend, my friend Jacqueline Arias. She's doing an MFA right now, and she did the visuals. I did the sound. I did the story. And, so when you can't do everything, definitely, involve your friends, call up people who do things that you admire and that you respect, and you can create something really dynamic and beautiful in that way. Yeah.
Right, and in community, I think one of the things that all three of you touched on really is this importance of people having a chance to come together and discuss or think about this, and that belonging really can help motivate and help people stay engaged with these challenging issues. So what are you, one of the things I said that I would ask would be kind of what are you thinking about your next artistic steps, and we're just gonna go backwards this way, I think.
Yeah, so I was actually talking to my collaborator, Jackie, and we were thinking about this process and creating this as like a sort of template that might be reproducible, not even just where we're from, but elsewhere, working with people. What I will say is I think I would like to expand on this and involve more voices, because a lot of this piece is my understandings of my home and the science, and a lot of it was inspired by this book that I read, A Great Airness by William DeBise, that is dark and it's terrifying and really moving in that way also. So this was all my worldview that shaped these stories, shaped this world that I crafted. And so I think, especially with, right now I'm studying arts-based research and thinking about participatory ways of engaging with art. And I would actually really love to expand on this type of project by interviewing people, seeing what they value, what they want to see, what they think will happen. Because this isn't prophecy, the future, we're currently crafting it now. And so I think, to involve other people and to hear what their fears are, to hear what they would like to see, what they wouldn't like to see in the world at that point, I think could be really valuable and a beautiful thing.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
We are currently crafting it.
Yeah.
That is right. That is right.
Yeah,
Joy.
so in the past, my cartooning has often been in collaboration with wonderful groups like the National Science Foundation, the Center for Transformative Teaching and Learning, and even a rare Stan Lee shout out, may he rest in peace. And I think what I'm looking to do is to keep collaborating with scientists and policymakers on cartoons. It's really such a democratizing way of presenting good climate science and climate policy. So I will be coming out, my comic will be part of a climate mental health journal that's coming out in May, not the spider comic, but a different one that I would love to share with all of you. And then I'm also gonna explore the medium of the Instagram 4-panel comic using humor to engage people. I've really seen some success there. I haven't launched the platform yet, but you may have seen on the slide The Climate Cartoonist is going to be launching shortly, and I'm very excited to explore that medium and use some humor.
Thank you. Yeah. And yes, ma'am.
Similar to Joy, I'm really interested in creating or combining advocacy through creativity. I'm a political science and English major, so communicating through art or language in just general is always what I've done. It's always what I want to continue to do. Yeah, that's pretty much my plans for the future, is to just combine my artistic craft with politics and with writing, because I feel like art has always been political. Even with this piece, it was called the Peanut Gallery. I forgot to mention that. Which is like obvious, like, art gallery, but of course a play on George Washington Carver and Peanut, but also just shout out to Tuskegee, because we're a rowdy bunch, we're loud, and I feel like some disturbances are necessary, like even social disturbances, like reaching out and just saying like, hey, the show not gonna go on until we say what we're gonna say. So it's a double entendre of both, the art gallery, but also Tuskegee and George Washington Carver. So I just want to keep merging the bridge between HBCU and Black stories and representation into, I don't want to say mainstream media, but just the eyes of everybody, because stories like ours shouldn't be unrecognized. George Washington Carver should not be unrecognized. He's not just the peanut man, he's that guy. So I want stories like that to be told in a way that it reaches every stage, to the point where it's not just, Black history, but history that everybody is fundamentally aware of.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to pull in my psychology for a moment, and part of the area that when I teach, we talk about how the climate is restorative to us, and also the importance of finding ways to to sustain your efforts and your engagement in this work. We talked earlier about doom and gloom and the, doom, gloom, soon, in some ways is absolutely real, and also may not really motivate people to get out there. It's hard not to just go into yourself, kind of like a little crab. And so how do you stay out? And I'd like to know, as artists, sometimes, I do live with two artists who identify fully in that way, and it's the art itself can be sustaining, but what other things? How are you doing this type of social justice work, environmental work? How are you taking care of yourself? So, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I do identify as an artist, and a lot of my self-care, a lot of my nourishing comes from art. I like to engage with the artwork of other people, and also nature, and just being a part of that and trying to take inspiration. I live in a really beautiful place for most of the year, or part of the year anyway, and just kind of becoming the small self a little bit and thinking about the greater world and all of the different things that are out there is humbling, and it is nourishing in a lot of ways. But and in my process, like through this piece that I made, I'm not afraid to go into darker places. I'm not afraid to look at grief. I'm not afraid to look at sorrow and hope and all of these other emotions. And so I think, and that's part of my process, is I have to go to these places in order to untangle them and to dissect them, and that allows me to gain a new perspective and to move on in some ways, and to move on to the next thing and think about my world differently.
Yeah. Joy.
Yeah, this is such a tricky question, because I think one of the keys to storytelling, regardless of what your medium is to put yourself in your audience's shoes. I would be Joy Reeves, and I open my phone and I start scrolling. What story is gonna hook me? What hook is really gonna latch onto my brain? And when we create art for self-care, I think sometimes that focus intrudes upon the self-care of the art. So if I'm painting just to paint with no audience, no motivation, it's really difficult to not be thinking about the art as a product. And so I think the secret to taking care of yourself as a creator is to find a community of people who are willing to create just for the sake of creating with you. When I was a junior in college, I formed what was essentially an art club, but I branded it as the Guild so that people would join it. And we had an amazing time doing exactly that, just creating for the sake of it. And I think it helped us all heal.
I want to say for me, the first step was really just identifying myself as a creative, to the point where it's just what I exude. I'm a creative person. I love art in every medium. That's just who I am as a person. And I think in terms of self-care, art always been self-care to me. And I know for a lot of times with the doom and gloom, for some reason people automatically go into the deep end when it comes to art. So even when I did my piece, they were like, I'm just like, you're thinking too much. It's a peanut right now. So people are going to do that. So I think a lot of times you have to remind them, no, this is a joyous piece. This is something that I'm happy about because I was happy doing it. So finding that fulfillment in art is pretty much the greatest place to be happy and the greatest way to be happy. And when it came to Forward, not thinking of it as a brand, because at first I was thinking about marketability and marketing archetype of what they go with, innovation, sustainability, and Forward Strong. Those models were in my head, and I was just like, for what? I know for what, because I'm here, but once I disassociated myself with responsibility to present myself the way that they would, I was able to freely create and find my way back home to Tuskegee and create what I did. So
lovely. And I think all of you really touched on that awe, and awe is something that just will inspire and connect. So thank you all so much. Around these amazing creators.
You guys are great.
That was tremendous. Michelle, before you leave, let me just steal you for a second. I think Imani's going to rejoin us. But I should point out that you direct the Conservation Psychology Lab at Middlebury, where you look at sort of pro-environmental attitudes, behaviors, where they come from,
yes,
and connect life experience with nature and psychological need fulfillment, I think you call it, right?
Psychological need fulfillment, yes.
To encourage pro-environmental behaviors, right? And
yes.
look at that. So as storytellers or anything
Yes,
else?
yeah.
How do we encourage
Yeah.
this kind of behavior?
Well, so, there's a big disconnect between attitudes and behaviors. We're not surprised on that. It's very easy to click, I care. It's much more difficult to take the next step. We talked earlier about that need to both present the problem, but then have 2/3 be on what the solutions are. This is very, very helpful. I do this work with 2 behavioral economists, by the way, as we think about both psychology and motivation through that realm. I would say very quickly, it's belonging. So bringing in and reminding people you're part of a larger group working together on this helps to get action, and making clear what you want people to do, right?
But not necessarily telling them what to do.
Do not tell them, very precarious to tell people what to do, right? You end up getting polarization, or you're taking their autonomy in that sense. So when we talk about self-determination theory and basic psychological needs, a large one, and this differs a little person to person, but a large one is that volition, that control. I have autonomy, and yes. So we want to show the possibilities of different ways, and we want to bring all voices in for the belonging, so we can work. This is interdisciplinary, and it will take all of us, and it will take all of us working. And for those of you who are students, it's not fair. I do start classes with this, where we're at. It's not fair. That's not the point. The point is this is the challenge of our time, folks, and we all have to be here in it now.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you, and don't slip.
That's all right. So we've gotten a lot of things done today, but now comes a really fun part, right?
Oh, yeah.
What's that?
StoryFest.
All right. Finalists, raise your hands. Let's see where our finalists are. Okay, so let me start by saying, wow. Right?
Incredible.
Right?
I'm shocked.
They were all great stories. The judges, and we have several of them, and some of them may be here today, really went through them in detail. Should we shout the judges out by name?
Oh, absolutely, especially if they are here. Where am
There you
I?
go.
Yeah. Phil Frank.
We'll just race through them. Phil Frank, Elizabeth Joy Hertzfeld-Kemperth,
Gina Murphy-Darling,
Laura Risi,
Teak Root,
John Sutter,
Melanie Wallace,
Deepti Bansal-Gage,
Jake Myers.
And a huge thanks to our chair, the judging chair, Larry Evans. So can we thank our judges, please?
Yeah.
Each story was judged with a very specific rubric.
Yes.
Right? This was not just some random thing.
Actually, it wasn't playing favorites. We were looking for creativity and compelling use of the specific format.
Storytelling and presentation. How is the video used? How are the photos used? How is the writing done?
Editorial quality, the clarity of information, and factual accuracy.
Which included data, how data were used, where science references took place, and finally, impact and engagement, the potential for impact of the idea, the impact of the story. So lots of really good things.
Amazing.
Yeah,
Really exciting.
Yeah. So we're going to call some friends up from Lindblad Expeditions in just a minute and do this, but we should point out that we've had this competition for quite some time, and we've gone some pretty cool places.
We've been to some really cool places.
We like to call them storytelling expeditions.
Storytelling expeditions. Don't tell my colleagues upstairs, they'll be a little jealous. But we've had an opportunity. I think my first trip that I went on, shout out to also Dan Reed, I thought I saw him earlier, went to Southeast Alaska. And I love that story because one of our students who was on that trip, Alex Rubenstein, is currently a National Geographic and Lindblad Expeditions storyteller.
This one was from the Galapagos. I think you were on that trip.
I was. Galapagos, that's Samora, Alaska, Iceland, and this year we have coming up. Frank, you want to tell them where the opportunity
We'll be going back to Galapagos and to Iceland. We'll have 2 separate trips going out. And we call this a storytelling expedition, so not only are our finalists winning the prize, but they will tell stories from these locations, and we will share those stories next year as we did this year. So, why don't we ask Amy Berquist and Isabella Lindblad to come and join us.
Thank you.
Come over here. Come over here. Okay, thank you. So Amy Berquist, you've worked with us for quite some time.
Hi.
And thank you. And just tell folks what you do very briefly at Lindblad.
Hi, everybody. It's great to be here. This is always the most exciting part of this. I'm the Vice President for Conservation, Education, and Sustainability at Lindblad, and my job really is to use travel as a force for good and make sure that the fact that we're taking people to these wild places is protecting the environment, supporting local communities, and we also love to support science and education aboard the ships.
Thank you, thank you. And Bella is related to the ships through Sven, who has been here with us in the past, but he couldn't make it today. So Bella, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
As I mentioned, this year's trips will go to Iceland and to the Galapagos. So we've got several categories. We'll show you videos of each of the categories featuring the finalists.
And
we'll have the envelope, please.
Very Oscar-esque, very Academy Awards style.
Well, we hope so. And then if you're the winner, come on up. And just let me say again that all the finalists are winners. All of you have done amazing things and you're recognized in that way. And I can tell you from hearing back from the judges, this was not easy, right? It never is. But they had some roadmaps for themselves and here we are. So,
we're going to kick it off with the best written story by a media student.
Let's go apple picking. In Darian Benally's article from North Arizona University, discover how a community can fight food insecurity and keep their neighborhood clean, all while having fun at the same time. Home is more than just a place, an Eva Chilura and Andrea Pedamonte's story from George Washington University that chronicles the threat of gentrification to a beloved affordable housing complex in Washington, D.C. Kathleen Frederick of Allentown, Pennsylvania is starting a new initiative to keep creepy dolls off the streets. In actuality, her litter collection program is a compelling model for neighborhoods all over the country, in this story from SUNY ESF's Abby Liebert. What role should civil disobedience play in climate action? A group of climate activists are testing the boundaries of legal arguments in this piece by Delalan Lee of the University of Connecticut. The power of young people is astonishing. George Washington University student Aya Mahana interviews the co-founders of Zero Hour, a student climate organization turning fear into action. Are goats the greatest of all-time wildfire mitigation technique? A company in Colorado is renting out a mob of goats to curb invasive species and wildfire fuel in this unbelievable story by Mason Owens of the University of Colorado, Boulder. Dune isn't just a desert planet with giant sandworms. It's actually a vital method of beach restoration in this story by Ashley Rodriguez of Northwestern University. Learn how nonprofits in Chicago are working to save the sands along Lake Michigan.
Okay, so how about that?
Okay, so the best written story by a media student goes to Dulalan Lee. Where's Dulalan?
Delon won for the Climate Necessity Defense. Congratulations. How activists are using civil disobedience to fight climate change. The judges said Delion deserves commendation for taking on a complex topic, civil disobedience to fight climate change. She begins with an activist who failed in his use of the necessity defense and was sentenced to 2 years in prison. She moves into the focus of her story seamlessly, has a good flow, balance, and overview of the opportunities and challenges presented by this defense of civil disobedience. She did plenty of research and talked to many people, and her work paid off in a carefully and clearly written story. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
You want them to stay here? Or stay back?
You can,
So yes, if you could just
All
stay,
right.
come down a little bit first. Thank you.
Do we want to accompany her?
No, we'll do a photo at the end.
Just a solo photo. Okay, fine.
Won't be alone for long.
All right.
Next up?
The next one. So just to explain, what we did this year is we separated categories within categories, right? Because we have a best written story by a media student, someone who's maybe been storytelling throughout their college career or whatever. and best storytelling by a non-media student. That might be a biology student or a law student who actually hasn't done this before. And so the judges felt, and as we talked about this leading into this whole process, it might be really smart to divide these out and do 2 separate categories within each prize category. So the next up is the best written story by a non-media student.
Obafemi Awolowo University's Wole Adegbile takes us back in time to when the streets of his hometown were lined with fruit trees. In this story, discover the link between urban forestry and food security in Nigeria. Did you love playing Where's Waldo as a kid? You're in luck! Charles Crounce of Middlebury College introduces readers to a citizen science project, where volunteers can help identify animals caught on candid camera. In this personal story of science and family, University of Minnesota's Mickey Garrity explores the many roles of the beaver for the Anishinaabeg people and beyond. Craving Colombian organic coffee in the morning? Specialty coffee growers in the South American country are struggling to get their product approved for sale in this story by Libby Moan of the Middlebury Institute of International Studies. When alarm sounded the arrival of Hurricane Irma, there was no question that Katie Russell of George Mason University would abandon her home, a sailboat she had grown up on her entire life. Her story demonstrates the vital need for communication during environmental disasters.
All right. Amy, best written story by a non-media student.
This is going to be a hard one. Let's see who got it. And the winner is Mickey Garrity.
The University of Minnesota. Come on up. So here's what the judges had to say about Mickey Garrity while Mickey comes up, and you can give Mickey the certificate as well. What the judges said, Mickey Garrity has written a compelling story about our relationship with the natural world and with each other. She begins by sharing a creation story of the Anishinaabeg people, story of the first man, the first teacher, first beaver. She describes how the beaver lives in the world and how we can learn from the beaver's example. It has not always been easy for the beaver. European colonists hunted the beaver nearly to extinction. The judges write, we found ourselves thoroughly engaged in Mickey's story, and we're thinking anew about our relationship with the natural world long after we finished reading her story. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right.
Next up is Best Video by a Media Student.
Wondering about pollution's impact in your neighborhood? Join Avery Davis from George Washington University as she explores the environmental crisis facing Southeast DC. Listen in as 4 professors shared their research and insights on addressing the pollution's toll on the area. Ever wished for more green spaces in your city? Des Lewis from Florida State University explores Rewilding Urban Areas, an initiative to tackle climate change while fostering a deeper connection between communities and the natural world. In the heart of the Sonoran Desert, the saguaro cactus faces unprecedented challenges from climate change and urban sprawl. Jason Marmon and Daniel Stepanovich from Arizona State University shed light on the struggle of this iconic species, urging for more collaborative efforts towards its preservation.
The fruit of the saguaro is now growing on the side of the saguaros, and that didn't used to happen.
Set sail and discover the history of the first Black Yacht Club, whose members are navigating not just the Anacostia River, but also the challenges of climate change.
If you fix the seafarer problem down here, you can fix all the problems.
Celeste Norian and Kate Bergen from George Washington University take us on a journey down the river, revealing how this historic club adapts to changing tides, both literally and figuratively.
Okay, best video story by a media student.
And the winner is, or I should say the winners are, Jason Marmon and Daniel Stepanovich from Arizona State University.
Right here. With us? Hmm? One of them is here. But maybe not in the room. Okay, well, we'll save your certificate and your prize for another time. All right, so let's see. We are going to best video by a non-media student.
Abby Burgess from Dartmouth College explores the deep-rooted tradition of moose harvesting in Unama'ki. Experience community leaders sharing insights and aspirations, honoring the deep significance of this practice to Mi'kmaq communities. What can we do with single-use plastics? Beverly Indefoyn from Notre Dame University explores this question through Name Recycling's efforts to repurpose discarded plastics in Cameroon. Dive into the enchanting world of giant clam farming in Kosrae, Micronesia, with Micah Seidel from Rutgers University. Join local guardians of the ocean as they cultivate an endangered species of giant clams, bringing life back to the reefs. Turn your outdoor adventures into environmental action. Join Farron Tyron, a student at the University of Guam, on a mission. From free diving to rock climbing, he's rallying adventurers to tackle trash cleanup and save the planet, one outdoor escapade at a time.
Going away. Goodbye!
Discover the cultural significance of the Pinyon Pine to the Dene people and the tribal communities across the Southwest. Join Najoni Talas from the University of Arizona as she sheds light on the importance of pinyon picking and urges action to protect this cherished species from the impacts of climate change.
Wow. This is getting harder, not easier. There you go.
I know, and I have to say, I'm not a judge, so I'm just the messenger here. I wish I could give everyone a prize on this one. The best video story by a non-media student goes to Micah Seidel from Rutgers University.
Here's what the judges said about Micah's piece. Micah Seidel takes viewers to a place most have never been, a giant clam farm in Micronesia. Drone footage gives geographic context to this distant paradise, and a well-planned combination of original and acquired footage explain the intertwined plights of giant clams, corals, and entire marine ecosystems. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Let's go to Best Multimedia Story by Media Student.
Laura Isaza and Sachi Kitajima Moki from the University of California, Berkeley unravel the complex tale of Alto Maipo, a controversial hydroelectric project in the Chilean Andes, and reveal how it permanently altered the landscape and livelihoods of local communities. Skylar Kim from the University of Connecticut takes readers down the Charles River in Massachusetts, where invasive water chestnuts were no match for community members taking matters into their own hands. Ever wondered how scrolling through social media could save the planet? Join Emma Montgomery from Texas Tech University as she unravels the digital world of climate content creators, trying to change the world one post at a time.
And I was like, I think I could do this. I think I could create short-form social content that's about climate education or sustainable living.
Join Chris Zattering from the University of Arizona on a captivating audio-visual journey into the future of a climate-changed Tucson. Through narration, photography, music, and sound design, experience an immersive exploration of resilience, loss, and transformation.
You're getting good at this.
Okay, the best multimedia story by a media student. And the award goes to Laura Isaza and Sachi Kitajima Moki from UC Berkeley.
They are not here with us today, but the judges said, I think, Imani, you've got that?
Oh, I do? I did. Did I? Yeah. The judges, actually, this one? I'm like, do I have it? Yeah. I do have it. The judges said the added element of voices gives the viewer a feeling of actually knowing who is impacted by this environmental issue and is a type of storytelling that helps one learn more through local voices. One of our judges stated that as a Spanish speaker, it was great to hear the voices of the speakers interviewed firsthand.
Brilliant. Okay. Now we have multimedia by a non-media student.
Kimberly Blevins of Sitting Bull College explores the challenges that Indigenous students have faced in higher education and STEM programs, laying out her thoughtful approach to empowering students to tackle the world's most pressing questions. The classic white picket fence green lawn might look manicured, but it's probably doing nothing to support your neighborhood's biodiversity. Learn what you can do in this story by Reagan Johnson of SUNY ESF. Is your closet filling up with long, forgotten garments from yesteryear? From SUNY ESF's Maggie Liddell comes a personal how-to guide on repurposing old clothes for sustainability and fashion. You're invited to the Spider Party. In this vibrantly drawn comic by Duke University's Joy Reeves, discover how citizen scientists are using spider webs to monitor air pollution. What does water conservation have to do with slap shots? Recycled rainwater used to create the ice for hockey rinks, of course. Learn what the world of sports is doing to become more sustainable in this story from SUNY ESF's Owen Volk. In 2021, a volcano erupted on the island of St. Vincent. Cameron Umack from Middlebury College takes readers inside the story of recovery and perseverance of the people most directly impacted by the event.
All right. Best multimedia story by a non-media student.
Another tough decision, I'm sure, for our judges. The winner of the Best Multimedia Story by a non-media student goes to Joy Reeves of Duke University.
Joy wins for your friendly neighborhood spider party. Here's what the judges said. One of the most impressive submissions we have seen during our collective time with Planet Forward. Clearly, so much effort went into this story, from the research to the process to build out the story with very impressive drawings. The editorial quality is top-notch. The three of us believe the attribution at the end that provided a way to engage the audience to act. This truly helps move the planet forward and gives the individual power to use what was learned. Congratulations.
Next is the Spotlight Award. This was awarded to the entrant whose submission most deeply highlights underserved communities with a focus on the extraordinary people who are innovating, leading, and inventing to address climate change, environmental degradation, and injustice in unhealthy communities. Amy?
And the Spotlight Award goes to Beverly Ndefoyne from the University of Minnesota.
Where's Beverly? Come on up.
Sitting very soft.
It's actually Notre Dame University, but we'll that's okay. That's okay. Congratulations.
We got her name right.
Yes. It's fine. So let's see. What did our judges say?
Beverly's story expertly shows how one person can make a gigantic difference in their community. By profiling the innovative work of Naime Recycling in her home country of Cameroon, Beverly captures how one business can make a significant impact in the fight against plastic waste, pollution, all while creating new, useful products in the process.
And I should just say that Beverly is from Cameroon and started working with Planet Forward as a Mandela Fellow when she was here as a student and an intern a couple of years ago, and just kept producing stories and submitting them. So Beverly, that's awesome, and is at Duke University now. Our last award is the GW pick. This award goes to the submission that most clearly aligns with the mission and the vision of Planet Forward and our home base of the George Washington University. As a platform for sustainable solutions-based storytelling. So, Amy?
The final awardee today, and I think all the finalists really, that these works are fantastic. So one more round of applause for everybody. So the George Washington pick goes to Aya Mahana from George Washington University.
And Aya is not able to be with us today, but here's what the judges said about the story. Aya's story captures the fears, dreams, and energy of a group of young people who came together to create climate action. Aya chronicles the genesis of Zero Hour, whose members came from across the country to descend on Washington, D.C. for a historic climate march in 2018. Her story captures the power of young people to organize, have their voices heard, and create change. So congratulations to Aya. Why don't we pose for a picture over here? And while we do that, I'll just say again, should we pose for a picture? We can get one picture, a group shot here.
So let's just slide down a little bit.
Yeah, sure.
That'd be great.
The submissions were amazing, and we look forward to that. And we also look forward to thank you from our friends from Lindblad for our adventure this summer. Closer, 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 closer.
I know. Make sure you can see the J's.
One more. All right. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Congratulations. Well done. Thank you.
So we've got a little break coming up, right?
A little short break is the key word here. But yes, we do. We got about 20 minutes or so.
20, 25 minutes.
Yeah.
We want to let you mix, mingle, go on upstairs, grab a cup of coffee or a cookie, whatever you'd like. When we come back,
yes,
we will have the premiere screening of East Coast screening here. Well, actually, yeah, of Blue Carbon. It'll bring science, music, and activism together. It'll be amazing, and we'll have a conversation after that. Thank you all. See you in a few minutes.
Starts at 4.
Starts at 4.